Nothing can stop us now. Mm-mm-mm. We're on the air, and we ain't square. Look at that head. Look like my hair is still wet. Okay. Ah, we're gonna see who's gonna show up this morning. A day of fun has begun. Maybe. Well, we got one has finally saw my little huff. Well, hello. Look at right there. That's old man gaming. That's howdy everyone, man. I tell you, we are so happy to have Monday here. I love the beginning of a new week, and yep, we're gonna make this a really good week. We're gonna have fun. And there's Dave. Hey, Dave, my buddy. Hang on, let me and get my little thing right here. There we go. Get this right over here. Get this right up in here. There you go, folks. Dave, you know the routine. Just hit that button there. And it got pretty warm here yesterday. I think today it's going to be another repeat of yesterday. We had some folks that get hurt up there in Oklahoma with the tornadoes. Here we go. There we go, buddy. Good. Good morning, Dave. Uh-oh. Got to turn the little talker on. You got to push your little talk button.
Sorry about that. Good morning, everybody. Good evening, everybody. Good day, Australia. Good day, Alabama. How are you?
We're still in the heart of Dixie.
In the heart of Dixie. Well, I'm just waiting for Daisy Duke to come across the screen then. Oh, Daisy Duke.
Yeah. Them short shorts.
In them short shorts. I'm happy with the video that I posted, I must admit. I'm very, very happy with all of that. Then I was just watching the live chat of the event that I did, 45 odd minutes of cooking a bit of kangaroo. But
yeah, I tell you, Angelique come in and we like barbecuing and stuff like that. And she said, he looks like he likes it. I said, yeah, he looks
like he likes it.
Put on a good show. If you didn't like it, you sure.
In a minute. Yeah, come in.
Okay,
thank you. Yeah. What was that? Leave the pork.
I said there's some sanctuary and lettuce leaves and pork.
Oh, beautiful. That's a lovely dinner. Yeah, we haven't had dinner quite yet. It's nearly time for our dinner. It's very late for our dinner, but I've been busy working and busy drinking and drinking. You know, because you got to replace your fluids when you sweat a bit.
Sure.
Hey, the raccoons. My.
Have
you got some raccoons?
We got a lot of babies. they usually bring the babies up forever. The mamas do, and now almost every day they're got the mamas got. They usually have 3 to 4 babies with them, and that little baby in the tree is one of the little babies that lives back here in the back. So he just
And how
wondered.
is it? How is it? How is it at night? Do they have? Is there the squawking and the pecking order and the fighting carrying on? Or
When you've got say 30 of them out there, what happens? The males have a normal aggression against other males, and
oh,
they
yeah,
they'll grab them by the neck and they'll just shake one another. But it doesn't seem to bother them. I've never seen any of them draw blood.
but it's just more show of bravado than anything, eh?
Yeah, it's I think it's part of their DNA to fight. Good morning, Moto.
Yeah. Good morning, Moto. How you going? I haven't been around much, but been out on the road in the bush, living in the bush. That's what I've been doing, just for the couple of hours and a bit of a ride on the bike.
You're going to get a strike. You know that, Dave. You've already
About
thrown
what?
well. You've already thrown in 2 commercials already. You know, and there's a rule about commercialization unless you get paid for it, unless you have it every time. Because you said 2 times, and I've got witnesses here, and I've took notes that you said I was in the bush, bush, bush beer,
Oh, bush beer. Yeah, right. Okay, well,
and Hauser's going to get you.
yeah. No, that's how it is. I was in the bush, in the bush. Yeah. Gotta have a bush can.
Yeah, a long time ago when we was young, we would used to drink that cheap wine called Tokay, and we would drink it, and we'd stop it and have us a campfire, and we'd drink that Tokay, and that old Tokay was Gallo Brothers cheap white wine,
Oh
and
God,
we'd always say that we was under a Tokay blanket at night. That's how we slept, warm under a Tokay blanket. Old man game in there. Uh, did you? Oh yeah, Robin's in there. I didn't see you, Robin. I'm sorry, buddy. I was over there yakety yak. All you gotta do is put your camera on there, 2.4 and Moto. Oh, I see. Here's Dave.
me and my clumsy fingers. Sorry, everybody in the chat. Please, Mac, you were going on about that awful, god awful wine. But we were teenagers, so it's all you could afford. But you'd always light a fire.
Yeah. Tokay, man. We would drink that stuff, that old white wine, and when we go to sleep, we'd sleep out there, and God knows what kind of snakes was crawling along the river. We never knew because we just roll our blanket out, and that Tokay would let you wake up tomorrow in another world.
Yeah. You know that the snakes come into your sleeping bag to keep warm, don't you?
Yeah, they have been. I have been told that all my life that they will crawl in. I've never had none happen, but
it's never happened to me either. But I tell you what, the go is to when you get your campsite, you stomp around and do a bit of an Indian war dance. Stamp your feet, and then they go away. Yeah, they go away. They don't like that.
Most of the poison will try to go away. The snake won't even bother you if you leave him alone. He don't come seeking you.
Yeah, they are out, and look, where I was camping, it's high, high probability of a snake, was in the vicinity, but look, I'm not about to bother them, even though they are pretty good eating. But we'll settle with the kangaroo. I tell you what, there wasn't one kangaroo around that campsite all night. I didn't hear no hopping, didn't hear no fighting. Once you cook roo, there must be a certain smell that the kangaroo smells.
Yeah,
and it makes
kangaroo take a sniff and go, oh my God, I smell Uncle Lou. Uncle
that's
Lou
it, man.
the barbecue.
Uncle Lou. Uncle Lou. I was sort of talking a little bit about that, like the kangaroos would have bounced over the other side of the ridge, they were going to be hanging around my campsite. Yeah, they were probably right. Yeah, it's a pungent smell with the roo cooks. It's definitely a pungent smell, all right. But yeah, it was good to just get out on the road, King, and let the horse have its head. You know what I mean? You let the bike have its bit of a run through the gears, and it'd been sitting in the shed for a bit. I mean, it's not the trips that I'm used to, which is days and days on it and then. But until the eye's fixed up, I can't really.
Oh yeah.
I'm
yeah.
sort of disappointing my mates a little bit. They half expected me over, but they understand. Health comes first.
You don't want to injure the back of your hand either.
Oh, that's all right now. That's come good. That's come good now. The hand. That's a distant memory now. Just a bit more. What do you call it? Ointment. It's a bit like emu oil.
Yeah.
You put on the wound, and it sort of moisturizes the skin a bit, helps it in healing. And
where did they get the skin to put there on the back of your hand? Just peeled off a layer. Yeah.
No, they cut into it, cut a diamond.
Yeah.
They cut a diamond, and they stretched that diamond out into a circle. Very clever circle work, mate, that the ladies did in the sewing circle, let me tell you. I mean, CWA got nothing on these little come on, let's call a spade a spade. They were a Chinese female doctor, smart girl. Mum and dad said, you'll go to school. Come back when you're a doctor. Make your doctor in Australia. Very good. And then come back over to Australia and charge, ridiculous amounts for being a plastic specialised surgeon and working on intricate jobs like the hand. It's a work of art, really. They just got the top of the tattoo, so I lost the top of the tattoo though. But that's all right. Motorbaum's there in Virginia. He can do a patch over job when I get over there. So already with some work lined up for Motorbaum. Who have we got here? I'll make you uncomfortable.
Yeah, Buck Brown is in here. Good morning, Buck Brown.
Good morning, Buck Brown. It's interesting. It's interesting, Mac. I saw a lady paint a picture of Buck Brown here in Australia.
Wow.
Yeah, she's an eccentric artist. There's no other word to describe her other than eccentric. She's and with eccentric people, they're either stupid or they're extremely gifted. And I think her art is extremely. It's not for everybody. Some people like Michelangelo's, depictions of the form of the human being, where she is not interested in that. She's interested in the character. So it's a little cartoonish. It's a little realism. It's a little abstract, and it's a little red. It's definitely red. She's a great artist, and everybody who sees her art, wherever it is in the world, can pick her. It's like her paintbrushes her paintbrush marks are like a signature of her painting. Everyone can tell in the world who painted that. that painting. And her name is Christine something. I know her as the Creative Cruiser. She rides a big old Indian Scout with all matter of Calamity Jane accoutrements to her iron horse. And she's doing a wonderful job in Australia here, telling the people about an American called Buck Brown. And
Did
that's
he have-
true.
Did she paint him with his hat on or off? His cap.
Oh,
you know,
yeah.
hat.
The hat's on. The hat is a part of him. You know, that's part of his character.
When I see Buck Brown with his hat on, sometimes it reminds me of Snuffy Smith from Dick Tracy.
That's true.
Yep.
Snuffy Smith. Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. Now, you mentioned earlier about the Heart of Dixie. You know, he's just a good old boy, isn't he? Old Buck Brown.
Yes,
I reckon.
he is.
I reckon he could get a D9 over that jump.
He's a
He'd
pride.
He'd take a D9 over the jump.
He's the pride of the South.
Oh, he is.
You got
And
some,
you know, but
you got
you please talk, mate.
well, you got some real unsung heroes here in America. Look at say Shade Tree Surgeon. Even though he clowns around and has a lot of fun, man, God, they're always working for the White Angels. You know, I mean, they're representing everything about the Forgotten Angels, and you know, it's he says it's bad people doing good things.
It's called a ministry too. Call to ministry.
Yep.
And it's certainly a ministry I would follow. Good people doing, was it bad people doing good things? That's right. No, that's dead right. I mean, all you got to do is see your peacekeeper, for fuck's sake. I shouldn't swear on your channel, but gee, Mac, the peacekeeper, it made your body, your top end of your body recoil every shot.
It kicked me around pretty good, but I had it on. You got 9 settings, and I had it open to where you would have the massive amount of kick, but you can turn it down where there's no kick. Where a little 90-pound girl, I thought it would be more of an impact if you had something. You held it up right away, pop, 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 pop. You know, would be no action. So I turned the muzzle so that it had the full kick to it.
But if you're, you know, if you're in a peacekeeping situation, you need it not to have. So you got to have a precise shot because you're at a distance. Not that I know anything about shooting. What would I know?
Really accurate. You could hold it up to your shoulder, and you could put all your rounds in an area that big at 100 yards. I mean, you know, it was very accurate. It was I don't mean shooting it automatic like I was doing. Shooting single shot, very accurate. It's like an M14. If you look at the M14, the American Army M14, it has the same shell size and everything. I believe it's a tad bit more accurate than the M14 because you know
okay, well, there you go.
When you train when you train with M14, it might be something that's been thrown around, not taken care of very much. You know, these weapons were taken care of.
I'd like to think that the American Army, you know, is part of its training, would say that the weapon that you have been, you know, handed is to be cared for above anything that you've got. you know, like your various appendages. And look at that, eh? Got a bit of egg and is it the
that's Virginia ham.
Virginia ham.
And some toast.
And
the star
she's very good for you.
And the star of the show is grape jelly.
Grape jelly.
That's what makes an Alabama boy. God damn, if I can get the lid. I'll have to get my woman coming up my lid for me.
But you know what you can do? If you got your knife or your fork, You just
Couple
stick it
on
under
the
the lid.
I got.
Just stick the.
There we go.
You got him. Yeah, you got him. There's still enough power in them wrists yet.
Yeah, that sugar, you know, kind of sets up around the threads of that lid. I got to get me a good dollop of that and put it on the plate.
God, look at that. And you mix the ham with it.
Oh my God, the ham has already got its own sugar in it. You know, that's the reason it rounds up so good. She fries that first, and then she fixes my eggs into grease, the ham grease, and that'll keep your arteries open.
You keep them lubricated and moving. Yeah, no, that's it, old mate. I'm going to go and cook my tea because you made me bloody hungry. But I might keep it. Oh no, I haven't got much power on the phone, so I might have to come back after tea's done.
Very good, thanks. You want to
But,
say hello to here? She's going to say hello.
Hello,
to me.
Angelique. Hello, Angelique. Did you slave over the stove for him?
Nah, not too long.
Not too long. Oh, that's good, though.
Yeah.
You can't go slaving for him. He's got to cook too, you know. Apparently, he can cook burgers.
And
He's
spaghetti.
the Burger King. Spaghetti.
I'll get him a
You love
crown.
spaghetti.
Her and I, we have a special recipe on chili because she loves the hot stuff. You saw her eat the bomb out of a spoon.
Oh, yeah.
We make chili. If it's not too hot for her, it's just perfect for me.
Yeah. Oh, there's a dish in Asia. They use really, really, really hot chilies with duck. But they also, with duck. But they roast the duck during the day in a rotisserie on the coals, and the ducks gets roasted. Then they'll take that duck, they'll cut the breast and the leg thigh off. They'll chop that up and they'll put that into the soup. Then with the soup, they've got floating lychees, and the lychees are a sweet alternative to the hot chili. So you eat the hot chili duck, it's going burning in your mouth, then you bite into the lychee and everything's just golden again until you take another bite of the hot chili duck. Yeah. But that's the way they do it in Asia. They love their chili. And so I never got a chance to cook the duck when I went out to the bush. But I tell you what, I was enjoying eating that kangaroo. Cooked like that, the way the black fellas cooked it.
Hey,
just on the fire.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Angelique. I was going to say thank you, Angelique.
Yeah, she's just going out the door. She said, "You're welcome."
Yeah, no, she's a good sort. Cookie like that, you know, slave over the stove all day. She didn't embellish the story. She's a good sort, mate. Doesn't know how to embellish the story. But you do. You know how to embellish a story, don't you, Mac?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. She's a good little writer. She likes everything we do, and she's she likes fun stuff too.
Yeah, that's right, brother. No, that's good. Get a bit of that. What do you call that stuff that you put on top of the water containers? Started with T.
Water container?
Yeah, you had the water container, then you had the nice gun, and then you had that explosive material that you called T. Tannerite or something, I don't know.
Yeah, tannerite.
Yeah, tannerite.
Yeah.
Yeah. I bet you that's fun.
Yeah, tannerite is good. You set it up with the impact of the bullet, and it's really good. You can have a lot of fun with it. But there's people carrying stuff to the extreme. Look on YouTube. There's guys that put a 5-gallon bucket inside of a refrigerator and then shoot through the door of the refrigerator and blows that thing all up and damn near kills everybody. So there's people that go crazy with it too.
No, you only needed just a teaspoon of it. for you for what you were doing. That was a good enough bloody uh, educational video.
Sure, it doesn't make, as long as you can make noise.
Yeah, that's it. No, we loved it here in Australia. We don't. I mean, that's something we just don't have. But sitting in the bush the other night, I was in the farming areas, and they've all got guns. You know, Australians have got guns, but you've got to have land. You've got to have the license to have them. You know, they're really quite strict. They don't really want the general population of the cities having weapons. There's no real need for it, unless you go to a shooting range or this. It's not that we're not allowed to have guns. It's what's the point if you're living in suburbia to own a rifle? Yes, for security, but we haven't got quite to that level in our society yet. But it's coming. It's coming. I'm sort of banging on about it.
Where's a retired rider? He's in there. Good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, I was watching a few of his shorts today. They were quite entertaining. On his bike, he's got an interesting camera angle that he set his camera up on the bike, sort of down by the front tire, on the probably on the engine guard. He set the camera up. Looks quite good. It's a good angle. I hadn't thought of that, but I've got one that points up at me when I'm riding, but that's because I'm vain and I like my channel's about me, I guess.
He's so vain.
He's so vain. I'm so hungry. We've got roast pork and some rolls with some apple sauce. The pork's cold now, but it's easier to cut when it's cold.
Do you do the cooking at the house, or do you have somebody that cooks for you?
I'll step out for a bit, and then I'll come back.
I think you said you're going to go eat and then you come back. Or...
I have cooked. It's just expensive to feed 7, especially spend $80 at the butcher and get a cup. Yeah, no, it's all good. I'll come back in a minute.
Okay, buddy.
But I cooked them on the barbecue, you know, the grill.
Yeah.
And then minutes, and that finishes them off beautifully. Pour the juice over them. People can't get enough of it. Make a bit of a garlic sauce. All good. Now I'm hungry though, so I'll be back. You enjoy your breakfast.
Well, come on back.
Yo, come on back, yo. Come on, someone else join Mac while he have his breakfast. See you guys.
Well, I'm anxious to see where you put the camera when you get your new Tri-Glide. Folks, hope you don't get mad at me eating it in your ear, but talk amongst yourselves there. 2 4s in here. I think it's too early in the day to be popping the top on a cold one. Oh, I forgot. That's Nova Scotia. Never too early. A big frosty cold bottle of Alpine and a stick of back bacon, Canadian back bacon, eh? Well, has anybody got anything planned up for the day, or you got to start the week off working? Well, if you don't have any beer today, when you do pop the top on one, just think how refreshing and cold all that taste when you swallow beer. Right back in here, you feel that like 1,000 little fingers in your neck as the little bubbles. Oh, it's going to be good. When we used to camp on the motorcycle, we'd be somewhere on the Snake River, the Columbia River, or maybe over on the Colorado River, or down on the Merced River. We've camped down there several times. We also camped on the Russian River. Oh, camping on the Russian River, that was really special. But we run across some rough individuals there that was camping on they were kind of like outlaw-like people, and they had mistaken us for being some more outlaw kind of people. And they, after a while, they got the idea that they wasn't welcome in the camp, so they left. But you had to sleep light at night. No, didn't know if they was going to return. That was in Oregon. That ham is good. Well, I'll tell you, you folks up in Virginia know how to make a good sugar cured ham. Man, that flavor's good. Be careful, buddy, when you ride to town. Man, it's got to be hard to wake up in the morning and look out there and see all that work you still got to do. You've been working ever since the storm, and you just wonder how much more and how longer it's going to take. I should have loaded my chainsaw up, and me and Angelique, we should have rode down. She's strong. She's like a young ox. She could pull heavy limbs, and we could have came down and helped Buck Brown in his disaster he's living in. Well, you see, you're off today, so You get to do some of the things you like to do. If you even take a ride back on the same highway you ride on every day, it's still going to be something that you want to do. You're going somewhere where you want to go. And I'm like you. If you've got an engine that can turn 16,000, 14,000, whatever, or 11,500, whatever the red line is, pull that thing up there. And if you got one of those, I used to run a 4-into-1 exhaust. It's called Kirker 4-into-1. And my engine would turn, I believe, 11,500. And when you got up in that range, oh my God, that sound was just unbelievable. And yours takes it on up another octave above that. Yeah, sounds good. Well, I went over yesterday and I saw it come up on my screen. So I went over on the, stopped by Judy's place, stopped in and went over on Yardstream and said hello and paid my respects to her. You know, she had another person on that she was having conversation with, but it wasn't me. It was feedback, echo. I didn't have nothing on, so I went and looked at my settings and everything, and it was just too much echo to carry on the conversation, but at least we got to say hello, and that was fun. I go to a lot of people's pages. They stop by and visit me. If I see them, if I get a notification that they're going live, I like to go over and see what kind of show they're running, you know. Sometimes you go over to somebody else's page where they're going live and you learn new things. Man, I had a long night last night. I went to bed at 11:30, and just the day before that, it would have been 12:30. You know what I'm saying? You know, because we moved the clock back. But I went to bed at 11:30, and I was feeling pretty sleepy. Now I got over in that bed, and I relived my whole entire 84 years. I ain't kidding. The ranch played a big part. When I talked to that Desert Outlaw, I go all the way back to my youth when we would be busting some Broncos. Oh my God, they got a horse over there in not Laramie, Wyoming, but Walden, Colorado. We was over there, and the Cowboys was betting who could ride. Well, when you went up there and signed up to ride the Broncos, they would always call out the name of the farm, the ranch that you're from. And but it did my boss so much happiness. They announced his farm, and my brother went out there and crawled on the back of the Bronco. And when they opened that gate, the Bronco come out. The Bronco tripped on his front feet, went nose first into the dirt, and Robert was right after him. His face hit that ground, boom. His butt was sticking straight up in the air, and he rolled out there. He didn't make it 10 feet out of the gate. The horse didn't either. The horse fell down on him. The pony did. He was expecting the horse was going to go really high airborne, but the dang thing went nose first into the dirt. Hey, Sick. Buddy, there's a link up there. If you scan up there, there's a link if you want to come in and join us. We were always living where there's a rodeo. Where we lived in Chowchilla, you hear me mention Chowchilla. The world famous Donnie Gay lived in Chowchilla, and he wasn't that away. He was a regular man, Donnie Gay. And the Gay family had some really great stock, and he was featured more times on what was Jim McKay and the Wide World of Sports, and he won the national championship over and over. And when Donnie came in, there's horses he couldn't ride. He tried. One time we watched him up in Yakima. Them Indians saved him up a horse too. That horse was half devil. And old Donnie's ass went flying. But Donnie Gay lived in Chowchilla. And he used to love racing go-karts. And my brother and I got a fuel injected, no injection. They didn't have injection system then. We got a fuel, two McCulloch chainsaw engines on fuel, and they was making close to 30 horsepower each. That thing was like an explosive cannon. When you'd pull that, you didn't have the hand grip either. You had a foot pedal. When you pedal that, when you put that thing pedal to the metal, oh, the bark those expansion chambers had just, boy, it was beautiful. Well, Donnie Gay was the guy to beat. His whole family was go-kart racers, and he would come down there. The problem was when Donnie Gay showed up at your track, chances are you're going to get beat that day, and chances are you can't even find a parking place because everybody wanted to come out and see the world famous Donnie Gay cowboy. And but he always brought a lot of joy to everybody when he come around. He'd spend an hour out there signing autographs, and he was a cowboy even on the racetrack. At Twin McCulloch on fuel, it was awesome. And those were back in the days, they were direct drive. There was no transmission, nothing. You had to deal. You lift up the back and you get it rolling, you tip it down, and you bump started it. And that's how you started the engines up on them. And then they got a deal where they could turn the live axle and spin it. They had a little gasoline motor, and that little motor would wind up and it turned the axle, and that would start your engine up for you because they were direct drive, no clutches. When they drop you down, buddy, that thing had better stay lit because once you're out there on the track and you go off the track and lose your engine, it shuts down on you all. That's the end of your race. Well, I started running people off one night. I had about 10 people up there, and then I started telling my story about racing. They go, well, we don't want to hear about no gall darn racing. I want him to bring his gun out. And, well, let me see. Maybe let's see if I can lure some people back in here. Now, hang on now. We're going to try to get some We're going to try to get old Max some more people up in here. Let's see. Let me go right up here. Okay. What would be good to bring the people back in? No, that ain't good. That ain't good. That ain't good. I got things in here that will make you. Oh, let me see. Yeah, they're right here. Right here. This will wake you up now. Y'all get ready. Oh, I got to do this right here. This is right here. I got to show my family. I'll tell you what, you mess with me, and hell, you got to take on my. Good morning, Ray. Buddy, I was just fixing to show this is my family. This is all of these people you see here are my family. I think you're going to love the little skinny woman. She should have kept her nose out of that crystal meth. She might have had a little bit more weight on her, but boy, everybody's got members of the family that might be a little lean.
You got anything to say before the big shoot off?
Pew pew.
All right, we're gonna have this thing. We're gonna be doing some serious shooting right here. Hey, Ron. Everybody looking good today. Glad y'all come out for the shoot off. What y'all got down here? Hell, you got some big guns and everything.
Yeehaw!
Oh, look at her. That's gun mama.
Roll Tide.
Hey, Mississippi guy. Hey,
Roll
give
Tide.
me one of them right there. Yeah. Hello, good afternoon. Welcome to the shoot off.
Oh, thanks.
I'm telling you. Let's burn some ammo, folks.
Are we going one at a time?
I don't know.
No, just go.
Just go. Bam, bam, bam.
That's my plan. That's my family. I love every one of them. Everybody got family members like to shoot, I'm sure. Ray, let me stick a link up here just in case anybody wants a. You got that right. Hey, Mr. Bodo.
What was all that ruckus I just heard? I had you playing on my phone while I was on my computer, and I heard a bunch of bang, and I was like, what the heck is going on?
It was just my family members. They had some old ammo. See, ammo gets old and moldy, and if you don't shoot it right there, when you need it, you got to keep good, fresh ammo in your guns.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's the secret of survival.
I used to keep shotgun shells that I had from when I was a kid, probably, I don't know, 7th, 8th grade. And I had one of those Army metal ammo boxes that we usually kept them in. And I've had that stuff for years, and it used to sit up in my attic in time, and it gets so hot, and I'd always wonder, man, are those things going to go off? Are they any good? And I think I ended up giving them away because I can't find them no more. I wish I'd have kept the metal box, but because it was a legit old Army ammo box. Yeah, I wonder if those things even work after it. That's a lot of years, 30, 40 years.
You know what I use those ammo cans for?
What's that?
I put my LiPo batteries in them. They're sealed up. You close them, there's no oxygen inside there. That's the reason you can pack ammo in a can, and they, when you press down, you push the air out and you lock it. It's pretty hermetically sealed, you know. And if you got a LiPo that gets ruptured or whatever, one of the cells gets ruptured, next thing you know, you got a big old fire. Well, at least that box will contain it.
Yeah.
You got to have air for a fire. So,
well, there you go. I learned something. So what kind of battery? What kind of battery you said it was for? A what?
LiPo. LiPo means liquid polymer.
Okay.
The batteries have cells that are liquid.
Yeah.
They make current through chemistry.
Yeah, not like a gel then, or.
No, they don't have no memory buildup.
Yeah.
You can use them for 1 minute and put them away, or you can use them for 20 or 30 minutes and put them away. You don't have to worry about them. Some of these batteries, like in our phones, you can't let them go down below 2% or something like that. They're just a good battery.
Yeah.
I like anything that don't retain a memory, where like if you use it and you only go down flat for 3 or 4 minutes, and you do that every time, it builds up a memory, and it will only allow you 3 or 4 minutes of current.
Yeah.
So it builds that memory up. LiPo don't have that problem.
Yeah, I see.
Yeah, we've came a long ways in our battery technology since the day I was born. They've really improved the batteries. Everybody had old D cells back a long time ago, and you had the big old 9-volt, the big battery.
Yep.
You got the smaller 9-volt that almost everybody, the one you stick your tongue to test. Yeah. And people say they didn't think it would work, but you stick your tongue, you can tell if there's any current in that battery.
Oh, definitely. That's how I always tested them. I got one that goes in my guitar for the electronic pickups. Not all of them have that, but the certain brands do. And I've had one in there for several years, and it don't need but just a littlest bit. But you leave your guitar plugged in, it'll drain it. Like if you leave it in overnight, you're pretty much going to kill that battery.
Look how many houses that have smoke detectors still has a 9-volt battery in it.
Yeah.
I got one over there. It's got a polymer battery in it, and it's got a really good safeguards on it. It lets you know when your battery should be recharged. It's got a voice that talks to you.
Yeah.
And it won't quit talking until you go over there and push the button. So you can't say you didn't hear the warning because it won't quit talking.
Yeah. I'm sitting here looking at one now. I got tired of it either going off or going dead, and I think I just removed them and don't even mess with them no more. And I'm thinking, man, you should really go back there and maybe slap some batteries in it, because the one sits right over like where the furnace is. It's got the A coil there, and the whole works sitting right here in the center of the home, which obviously wouldn't be a good thing if it ever caught on fire. You'd want the warning.
All right, you got anything?
That was a mistake. Now, no, I was trying to remove it. I pushed the wrong one. Now, here we go. I had to take it off the video. That was a family. Every one of them. And my daughter was one that had the pink blouse, and she had a pretty good sized pistol.
Yeah.
But that little skinny girl's shooting a 44 Magnum, and she's a strong. I'm telling you, she's a stout little old girl.
Yeah.
And that heavy girl that had the big rifle, she shoots the 500 Magnum. I got videos of her shooting that. She got up there, and that 500 Magnum pushed that big girl back. She went, whoa, but it didn't knock her in the head.
Yeah. I grew up shooting some handguns and stuff, and my dad's boss, he was like always into it, and lived on a lake lot, and it kind of had a swampy area. He was always able to go back there and shoot through that. And I remember, what was it, like I can't even remember the caliber it was, but I remember it was all stainless steel, and you had like a short round, they called, and then more of a larger, I guess, more powder in it.
Yeah.
And they, did the regular trick of swapping around and then give me the bigger one so it would have more kick, but wasn't that big a deal. Some of those pistols, they'll definitely raise up a little bit on you.
Look what 2-4 had to say.
What was that, 30? That little 9-volt can really mess up a defibrillator if I look at, yeah. Is that something implanted he's got for his heart? I know, like my dad had something done. He had to be careful, like around even chainsaws or microwaves, different things that could possibly affect whatever he had to help regulate his heart or something.
Yeah, I got a friend. I told you I got a friend that's going to cash in here probably this week.
Yeah.
He's really at the end of his life. He tried for like 10 years. He needed a heart defibrillator. He's an American veteran. He was at the Veteran Administration, and they worked for 3 or 4 years to get the approval from the Pentagon. And then when the Pentagon approved the installing that defibrillator in his heart, the state of Alabama said, no, sir, no, because in his record he smoked cigarettes. He was a smoker.
So
They said, no. If he quit smoking and he can prove to us he ain't smoking and all that stuff, we'll consider it. So they're letting him lay over there in the Veterans Hospital to die. He expires this week or so. So
yeah.
that's our American Veterans Association. And you can't blame it. You can't stick it on an administration.
Yeah.
It's the rules that they have, the veterans have. The reason I say that, we went through several administrations. So while he's been suffering and his life could have been extended, but they allow it. He cannot have one installed now because he's below 30%, or there's a level.
Yeah.
It'd be waste of money to do it. It's really expensive. It's a 2-phase. It's not just a simple defibrillator. It's a defibrillator and something else. 2 things, because his heart doesn't work well. But now he's down below that level, and they refuse to do any. They said he'd pass on if they put him to sleep.
So he was still smoking up to.
Oh, he gave up smoking, but guess what he did? He started nipping snuff.
Yeah.
Well, he spent all of his life. When he was in the military, he smoked. When he drove his charter buses, he smoked.
Yeah.
He just smoked all his life, and he just such a victim to smoking. He could not give it up. He just he tried real hard. He's he tried all the patches, and he tried the gum and all that stuff, and
yeah.
But there's people that can get hooked on Coca-Cola. You don't have to have a Coca.
Yeah, a lot of it's all up here, man. Change your mind about it. You get physically addicted, but after a couple of weeks, you can kind of get rid of most of your, what they call it, detoxing, and get some new thinking and some support. It's hard to do stuff like that, but you gotta want to do it. You can have motivation too, proper motivation, sometimes. But even a death sentence don't stop some people, They're just going to keep doing what they want to do. So that's that.
You have to die and then be saved or live somehow in order to get a defibrillator. See, they don't just give them out. They don't pass them out.
No.
Only for those that's got money. If you got money, hell, they'll put one on well, they'll strap on you, you'll have a spare that kicks in when that one fails. That other one kicks in, That's what it's money.
Money talks, man.
Oh, absolutely. I'm going to tell you another thing. We went over there. I took him over there. He was pretty feeble. And I sat over there for 8 hours at the Veterans Hospital with him. He had 8 o'clock in the morning appointment, and we was there 2 hours early for the appointment. You see, you go to the parking deck, you can't drive to the Veterans Administration. They load you onto a bus, and then you get on this bus, and they take you over there. And we was there 2 hours early. And when his time came up, he started asking them people, are we getting closer? They go, we'll come and get you when it's time. And so everybody kept, I watched the waiting room kept getting smaller and smaller. There was less people. I said, are you sure about your appointment time? And he showed me a slip, and it was 8 a.m. in the morning. And so now at closing time at the Veteran Administration, they came over to him and said, you'll have to make another appointment. And he said, oh, well, are you like for tomorrow or something? They go, no, you have to go back up in the hospital, and they kind of give you an appointment. You got to make an appointment at the hospital to get the appointment so you can come back down here and wait your turn. Ooh, don't be getting all up in here on me. Ooh. So he was getting mad by this point, as mad as a guy could get.
Yeah, nobody likes that stuff. Gosh.
Oh, now Toga's going to bring us some sensibility to our group here. He's going to.
I would say so. Make it possible, I remember having to stand in the DMV line when you're talking about having to go and redo stuff. And if you didn't have all your P's and Q's, and DMV is pretty miserable in a big city, and nobody's happy to be there. You don't know which line to get in for one, because they have a couple lines. If you ain't that smart, and I wasn't that smart, you might be in the wrong line and wait 45 minutes to find out you got to get in the other line. And then you get in the other line and you don't have your P's and Q's, you don't have the right stuff. You got to fill out some paperwork, it boots you out, and then you got to come in and wait for, by the time you get there, man, you're fired up.
Oh my God, yes. In Alabama, when we got down here, when they gave you a driver's license, it had your social security number right on your driver's license.
Yeah.
Well, I went to the Social Security rules and regulation, and it's not to be used as identification.
Hello.
So some legislator looked and he said, hey, we can't force the people to do this. They said, well, we're going to make it an option. Because a lot of people like to pull out the card and they know what their Social Security number is and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Make it an option. So when you go to renew your driver's license, you can go get in the line, or they remove your Social Security. So I went over and lined up to have the number removed from my Social Security from my driver's license. And all waited through that line. We finally got up there and did all the paperwork. The license was sent to us, in a couple of weeks. Still had Social Security number on it. I had to go back up there. And she said, well, she was having a bad day that day.
Yeah.
And then I had to stand in line again, but I had to make another trip to Birmingham to get them the.
That's right. That'll teach you.
We got time in the world.
Yeah, they ain't there to be happy or to help you too much. I mean, it's gotten better, but I'm talking like in the 90s that I remember having those issues. And now you go to a central desk, they give you a number and you go take a seat. Before we didn't have seats and we didn't have numbers. You just stood in line and waited. So a little bit different.
Well, there's a Salty Badger. So,
hey,
the day's going to be good. He showed up today and he took some baby steps yesterday. You see that?
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, Salty, when you start off the day with good, I'm happy. That's awesome. That means it's good for you as well. We're going to assume that. We're hoping for that. I just found out my grandbaby isn't going to be. I've been supposed to go into her birthday. What was it, Saturday? But they celebrated, with her she's 13, so they have friends over and they celebrate early and do it on a Saturday when the friends can come over. Obviously, can't do it on weekdays. Her actual birthday is today, so
Yeah.
and I was going to try to get over there yesterday, and I couldn't really get a hold of nobody, and they were kind of doing stuff. So today, for some reason, she's not in school, and I can go over there at any time. Go pick her up. We're going to go do some, probably at lunch now. I don't know, a lunch or dinner, whatever it is, brunch. And,
Is that your niece?
deliver a present. Big day. Should be fun for her. Be fun for me.
Does she like to ride on the bike?
Yeah, she's taken a few journeys with us. It's not a big deal as much for her no more. And I try to be careful too. I had her on when she was real young. I bought a strap system that you put over yourself, and it buckles them in to you so that they stay on you. And then on the back of the strap, they have handles. So that they can do this a little bit and look around. They don't have to be like a little kid up on your back and they can't see nothing and look up into the air the whole time. That's no fun. And that worked out really nice. And I just take her around, but geez, like I wish I was more out in the country. When you're in the city and you got all that traffic and you got your grandbaby on the back, I'm going through the neighborhoods just slow, trying to be careful. But as she got older, yeah, we've gone on. We took her to Outer Banks, which is about 100 miles away. So she's been on a few good little journeys.
That's good.
Yeah. Yeah, bought her the little pink vest, with the Harley stuff on the back. I bought her special patches when Elsa used to be out. What was that? I forgot, the famous Disney with Elsa and all that. It was a big craze. Can't even.
What the one is the bike riding daughter? Remember your daughter that rides a bike? Is she the one that
Oh
gave
yes, that's it. Yeah, that's Sammy. Yep.
Okay.
Yep, that's her kid. She has 2 kids. It's the only ones I really get to see that live here. So yeah.
Yeah,
Anyway,
I know.
bought her special patches and had them sewn on and made everything, I don't think they appreciated it as much as I did, but it was still fun for them. This is where else happy to see you. Yeah, Salty. Day 22, he said too, huh? Not much else to do. Find some sanity.
Just think about the love there, Moto, that people have showed Salty from around the world. They have expressed their love for him and their compassion for his situation he's in. That's got to be a warm feeling, knowing that so many people in the world love you. And that's because the character that you are.
Yeah. I was glad, and that was all by YouTube and going to his channel and seeing him a few times and watching what he was doing out in his garage, and he was pumping out some lives, and taking time to come back and read his comments and say hi to you and interact some, when he could. But just something small like that. Now you kind of sort of know the guy, and it's just enough to say, hey man, I hope you're doing good and pray for you,
Well, we got today start working, all of us together, united together. We've got to know who has a crush on Sick Bastard.
You found out?
We didn't find out, and we left yesterday. When I closed the curtain on the stage, we didn't know. Now I've been thinking about it a lot. I know it's not Red Ryder, because there would have been so many tears flowing from his face that she had went all the way back up to British Columbia without him.
Yeah.
She's gone. Where? But so we know we can rule that out.
Poor Sick. We love you, Sick.
And somebody else secretly loves him too. They're secretly.
Yeah.
And the thing is it Wheelburger? Is he the one that knows who it is? Yeah, Wheelburger. He's the one that knows. I believe he knows exactly who it is. But
He's the one that brought that up in the first place. There he is.
Oh yeah, I'm sure.
I'll get him. I'm gonna put him up. Or you got it?
You got. I got him. There you go.
All right.
What's up?
Man, you look beautiful this morning, Sig.
I always look beautiful.
I know you do.
You are so beautiful to me. There you go. If that don't get you up.
I know. Yeah. Two howling dogs. Good morning, Sig. This is my life.
Oh,
Why
my
is it
God,
secret, though? Yeah, there's the question, Tolga. Why is it?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I want to know, Tolga.
Oh.
What's the secret, bro?
Yeah, that's just torture.
I know. Listen, is the music loud? I lowered the music. I cut the music in half volume.
Heard it, but nothing. No problem.
Okay. As long as I can hear it and you can.
Yeah.
That's great.
You was confused for a moment. Salty Badger thought that you might be Keith Richards.
Yeah. I'm a lot more handsome than Keith Richards, I would hope.
Yeah, and maybe a little bit younger.
A lot.
Yeah, a lot.
Well, Keith Richards only 39 years old. He looks 79.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but I mean, I haven't drank in 8.5 million bottles of Jack Daniels either.
Yeah. What do you say? Keith Richards been 80 since 1980. He was 80 since 1980.
Since 1980, yeah.
Yeah. Still looks 80. There's Sterling.
Liver's the size of Texas.
Good morning. How is Harold?
Mr. Sterling.
Woo.
Mr. Wheel.
Hope he's got his buddy with him.
Harold, he's the best.
Yeah. Yeah, he's a grown-up internet dog with us all. We all know some of his life.
Harold's even in. I got Harold in a video.
Yeah. Harold grew up on YouTube.
Harold's internet famous.
That's right.
Oh my God. So I changed the dressing today and the foot looks a little better.
Oh yeah, it's Monday today, so I wouldn't think. Hopefully, he's not out riding the big rig today.
I don't know if he's back to work yet.
Nah, Sunday and Monday, I believe.
Yeah, Sunday. That's right. And Tuesday he heads back, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, Harold's home.
Yeah. Well, hopefully, he was out having a great time.
Good. I'm glad he gets to go out, man.
Doing an adventure with Red Lady.
Yeah.
A 4x4 trip to go to Ghost. Yeah, man, that was awesome.
A beautiful ghost town. That guy's made miracles up there. The guy that did that thing, he's really been working his butt off in that place.
It looked like he sent me a picture there, and one that looked like some ruins. All you see is left was a foundation and stuff off in the distance that you could see was pretty interesting. Yeah.
He went down at 900-foot level. He was down the shaft, and he set him up with like a little place to sleep down there. And he goes and he gets these special little gems and stuff, and he puts them in a bucket. Man, and he's a historian. You know, he can tell you so much about the history of the town. And
who did that?
The guy that bought the place. The guy that has his own show.
Okay.
No kidding.
I watch his show right now. They've got snow coming in, or it will be coming in pretty quick. It'll be snowed in up there.
Doodle on a Motorcycle. You remember her, Doodle on a Motorcycle?
Yeah.
She did this thing where she slept in some sort of silo. Was it underground or was it underground silo or something? And she got to spend a night, and they made a little apartment thing in there for her. I don't know.
Oh, no kidding. Yeah.
Heck yeah.
Oh, missile silo?
I can't remember. It was something.
Because they sell those. They sell like abandoned missile silos, and then
Yeah.
you can like transfer them into an apartment complex or whatever, you know, and live there.
Yeah.
There's the Dragon Queen from Germany.
Dragon Queen from Germany. Yeah. I think I got Dancing Queen going in my head now.
Yeah. And it was it's like when you go to Disney World or Disneyland and they play that music. It's a small, small world. You can't get that tune out of your mind for days.
Yeah. I usually get something silly like Old MacDonald Had a Farm. Won't go away.
Yeah.
Power of suggestion.
Absolutely.
Wild geese.
Dancing Queen. That was ABBA, wasn't it?
ABBA, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Love ABBA.
I went to bed last night. The last thing I did was we had music on the TV. There's a girl and two boys, and they sang all the classics. And oh my God, I wish I could remember the name of the group. She's a real attractive young lady and two boys, and one boy's got the deep voice, and they did one of the Righteous Brother tunes, where they hit the high notes. Well, the girl hit the high notes, but when they sang, the one that had the deep voice, there's a young man. He's got a voice just like his. He can go down them low notes. But the three of them together, they were doing all the classic tunes, and they were so spot on. I enjoyed that.
So I have a question.
Sure.
Stream to your audience. What does that do? It just streams. It just sends out a notification to my subscribers that I'm live.
That's about it, I believe. Yeah, we do. And I think you get some watch hours from it if you're looking for anything like that. I believe that's what you get. So, and from what I understand, like Mac or like any of our lives, I've explained it before, but if you got people on your lives, like you don't get my watch hours because I'm in here and part of your team. It's better to have me if you were looking for this stuff. To have me out in the audience to gain more, you know what I'm saying, watch hours.
Yeah.
But I could care less. I just like being on here with y'all and talking and doing stuff. But yeah, that's the technical end of it from what I know.
Yeah. Well, I just like the fact that my subscribers will be notified.
Yeah.
That's just so that more people can come in and congregate and fill out all the stuff. I got to fill out all the paperwork.
Sub up to you because we want to know what you're doing, right? And most of us know what all's going on anyway. If one's on, if Mac's on, we go, well, most likely we'll see Ray, you, possibly me, whoever. Kind of know that, so I usually come to Mac's channel. Yeah.
Yeah, you got your regulars. That's what I always refer to as my regulars. The people as soon as I look over, I recognize that's part of the posse.
Your X-Lax crew.
Yeah.
Your regulars. I know. I'm self-entertaining. I gotta, come up with stupid stuff. And did I say that out loud? That was my inner monologue.
Well, it would be a terrible thing if you had you pay out the money to get StreamYard and you're a little bit shy of the camera. You go, I don't know.
Beep. Well, that was me really, in the beginning. I was pretty much petrified, and Hooligan invited me on, you know, and it's like, oh man, I was already thinking of lies and excuses and stuff why I couldn't go on with them, you know, because I was a little intimidated to be on in front of y'all, you know. I don't know why, but it's just not a public speaker type kind of person, you know. But now you got some friends which help me out. You're all friends that I'm just like sitting in a room with you all talking. It's not nearly as bad. So that's just, I don't know, what is that? Self-image thing that you worry about, which is an illusion?
I'm sure.
I don't know.
Illusion.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
And then I watch Sick do it all the time, and now you, Mac, you know, it's like, it's really not a problem.
You got to say to yourself, if old Mac can do it, I can do it.
That's it, yeah.
I don't even remember the last time I did a live.
Yeah, that blows me away, Sick. It really does. I'm like, when are you gonna fire up one?
I don't know, man. I'm glad I everyone caught the bug. I was trying to get everybody caught on.
You did.
It worked, and now I'm just a participant.
Yeah. You got demoted for your own promotion.
I know. I got demoted for my own promotion.
That's such his life.
There's a comedy show that's on TV here locally. They may have a syndicate. They may be syndicated. I don't know. The Rick and Bubba Show. It's like John Boy and Billy. You know, John Boy and Billy. Well, Rick and Bubba, they're on TV and stuff. And well, Bubba is a little rotund, short, heavyset guy. And we met him over in Dalton, Georgia. And me and this guy, Wesley Baker, we walked up to him, and he turned around and looked up, and he said, "The Lee Brothers." And we looked at one another. We didn't know what he meant by the Lee Brothers. We're thinking like Robert E. Lee or something other. And Wesley said to Bubba, he said, "Lee Brothers." He said, "Yeah, homely and ugly."
Oh, Lee, yeah. That's good.
He let us decide between the two of us which one was homely and which one was ugly.
Yeah. Tola, I would have never known you were camera shy. But you were, wasn't he on what, Wheelburner? Did Wheelburner or Sterling have him on one time? I think it was Wheelburner.
I saw him one time when he was cutting beards off down there in Florida.
Yeah.
They had him live.
Yeah. You'd have never known. Oops, sorry, Mac.
Oh, I mean, you was thinking the same thing.
Let's move on. I should give a speech in front of hundreds for me and real. I don't know what is making me feel this about cameras since my childhood even. Yeah, a lot of it stems from that, bro. I'm with you. You get a mindset and stuff you were told, and you get a self-conscious thing about you, and just like, well, my brain says, who wants to hear what I got to say? I'm going to say something stupid or, you know, regret what I say, which I usually still think that, but I risk it. I risk it all for you.
Roll the dice.
That's
Roll
the
the
ego.
dice.
It's an inner ego, you know, trying to protect itself. It's just nuts. So I keep practicing. Thanks for my therapy, you guys.
Yeah, this is definitely therapeutic.
Yeah, I was on Wheelburner. See,
Here's the cure right here. I have to be drunk or feel relaxed. Say, super drunk.
When I got to the bottom of a lot of them, you know, here I go making stuff about me again, but I relate to what he's saying because that's a lot of what I did in my drinking early on was, you know, because I thought I was a better person, that I could be more funnier and I'd have something to bring to the table, or you would, I could talk to a girl or something, you know, and all that stuff. So more would be better, right? You know, I'd be even more attractable to the audience or whoever I was talking to. And then that just became a crutch and a dependency.
You cross over into that the part of drunkenness that nobody likes. It's when you become arrogant and assertive.
Yeah.
Or somebody has to babysit you.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and you always got the whiner, the crier when you drink. I'll tell you, man. I'll tell you. I
love you, man.
Yeah.
love you, man.
I wasn't too much of that, but I knew people that were like that, you know. I didn't even like them. So it's like, well, I didn't even like myself, you know, but I'd still hang out with them because they were, you know, they were part of they helped me do what I wanted to do and didn't judge me for it. That's why we kept hanging around those crowds, or I did, you know. And
I know how we could get Toga on camera. Just 2 shots of Ouzo.
Ouzo, there you go.
2 shots of Ouzo, and he'll be, I'm going to run the goddamn camera. Shit, turn that thing on. Well, focus you.
yeah. Yeah, who knows,
I stick to the 2 rule. I have either 1 drink or 2 drinks, and that's it. And that's if I drink. Like, I've been known to go 3, 4, 6 months without having a single drink.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, and then like at the camp out, I ended up averaging like 1 beer a day. And I was drunk for like 4 hours on that 1 beer.
Wow.
Yeah.
I was like, Jesus. I was like, look at me. I can't even stand up.
Well, gaming. I didn't know you gamed. I guess you do. That's awesome. I kind of miss doing some gaming stuff, some gaming.
I never got into gaming because you know why? Because I sucked at this.
Yeah. Well, that's why I like the golf game. The golf I did what they called Hot Shots Golf, and I got on there. I got up at a pretty decent high level too, you know, and a guy sat and taught me, so I knew how to do calculations and wind and elevation, and it was a math game really. And I made a chart for the wind versus this and that, so I knew which direction and how many squares to move so that would carry over the ball. Pretty interesting. It was fun. Got to do it for a little bit. What's that? I'm gonna find more free time. Maybe I can do some. Yeah. 200 games. Wow.
I'm so lazy. I want to turn it. I want to go into the kitchen and start cooking, but I'm just lazy. I'm not hungry enough yet. I didn't have dinner last night either. I had like a late tuna. I don't know what I had. I don't even know what I had. What did I eat last night? I didn't eat anything yesterday.
Yeah, well, I'm going to probably dash out. Grandbaby said come on over anytime, so I'm going to go try to spend as much time as I can with them today. I got to still go out and buy some birthday wrapping and then haul up to their house about 35 minutes. So
it's Monday. That's right. It's Monday.
Yeah, she's off, so I'm going to, Mom and they're all working, so they're kind of home alone, so I'm going to get some grandpa time in. I'm actually going to do it this time. I've been threatening it since Saturday. Y'all probably think I'm full of it, but I am full of it anyway. But I'm going to see what we can do today.
Well, I hope you enjoy your day with your granddaughter and your daughter.
Yeah, tell everybody we said hi.
Yeah, man.
Happy birthday and all that.
Yeah, Mac, thanks for having me on, man.
You know, I got to say, before you push the button there, my daughter came down to see me. And she had a list of things that she wanted to do when she got here.
Yeah.
And we did all of it. She wanted to go to Nashville. And we went to Nashville. We had a beach house already paid for and ready for us when we got down there. Yeah. And we spent time down at Floribama. Oh my God. She had that list and we checked off everything on her list there, and it was a lively week. And we partied from the time that plane landed. I'm talking about we had party supplies ready when she landed and got in the vehicle. We partied all the way till we took her to the airport.
That's great.
She reminds me so much of her mother. She has this personality about her, you know, and when I see her and hear her talking, I remember phrases her mother used, and brought back great memories.
Yeah.
Well, buddy, you have yourself a good time with your family.
Oh, Yeah, head out, man, and we'll see you guys hopefully soon. I'm sure I will.
Everybody said hi.
Thanks for doing these in the morning, Mac. It's always great to jump on and say hi.
Well, I thought it'd give people a chance to get up in the morning, and you could always know where to find old Mac and come over. And you
Yeah,
don't necessarily want to listen to old Mac's BS, but there's all these other folks that you can say hello to.
they say it's a good time to get on because your brain is kind of refreshed for, well, maybe a little foggy, but you're not so full of a day's events. Up there, you start your morning fresh, and this is a pretty cool way to start off with some friends and some fellowship, and just kind of carry that on through the day, man.
You
Max,
gotta feed the gerbils in the morning to get the wheel turning.
yeah, got the hamster fired up, man. Max over there throwing breadcrumbs in there for us all. There you go. Get moving.
Hello?
Good therapy room. We love you. Take care, man, you guys.
Tony loves what you do tattooing.
Wednesday the 6th at 1 o'clock.
Yes.
All right, we'll see you.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I pulled off as soon as you just said that, Max. Says Tony. Yeah, I did. Thank you, Tony. Yeah, I try, man. So I've been doing it for a lot of years. Anyway, peace out.
So long, Moto.
I liked it the other day when Moto was riding along, and he went by his old place of employment. I think he spent many years there, and then he moved on to something else. He obviously loves where he's at now. But go by an old place that you spent all them years at.
I think it's the freedom of tattooing must be nice. Like it's always in demand. I mean, you can't you can't make up the demand, but like people are always going to want to have a tattoo. And if you're good at it, you can always do it in your house. You know what I'm saying? You could do it wherever. It's just a matter of doing it and getting paid for it.
Yeah.
But I think that's a great.
First of all, you got to be an artist before you.
Yeah, I mean, it's talent. It's art. It's like it's a way of expression and everything. It's great. What's up, Tony? I really should cook something.
Well, aren't you worried about your blood sugar getting really low if you don't get some sugar in, or?
Yeah, I mean, I'm a sucker for a sale, and there was candy on sale yesterday at Walgreens, 4 for $4, and I ended up getting it. I was mad at myself, but I did it anyway. I got Good and Plenty. I got Charleston Chew. I got Junior Caramels, and I got chocolate dipped breadsticks.
I got these jug of these little soft peppermint balls.
Yeah, I like those too.
And let them. I just let them just flow. I've been. This taking me a long time, but I'm down to about 6 of them left. So we use it sparingly.
And did you notice that as the jar gets lower and lower, you use them more and more and more sparingly? As the jar gets lower and lower and lower,
you start
stretching them more and more.
When you first open it up, you'll have 3 of them. I'm not going to do but just 3 of them.
Yep.
Pretty soon you're down to just 1 a week.
1 a week, yeah, exactly. That's funny. Yeah. Like, I mean, I'm pretty good. Like, I got candy all over this house. Like, and I'm the only, trust me, I got a sweet tooth, but I really try my hardest only to use it when it's necessary.
Yeah.
But, I mean, do I have a piece of candy every day? Probably. Whether it's a tiny little mini Tootsie Roll or one of those lemon squares I have in the kitchen, and I suck on those for a half hour just to get a little something sweet.
My wife was the best candy maker. What was her favorite candy?
Divinity.
Huh?
Divinity.
Divinity.
Yeah.
Divinity. It's that white little block of candy that's got some nuts in it. It's got a lot of sugar in it.
You have 2 of these
That
left.
sounds good.
Left?
Me too.
What is it? Which one is that?
And a Toprol.
Oh, I'm running low on Topro. Okay.
I just wanted to let you know.
Where?
I'm out of coffee. I gotta start making moves. I got no coffee left. I gotta start getting out of bed. Oh, 3, 2, 1. Oh, good night.
Man, I was sure hoping he got out of bed without exposing his sausage.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
Please.
Oh yeah, you got them suckers just hanging. Them suckers are just hanging around and waiting. When they see sausage, they come. They go, here they come.
Here they come. Oh my God!
Poor old Sick. Sick is he's living up to his name.
Oh yeah. But I mean, I wasn't overly impressed with how the foot looked, but I wasn't like, oh no, I'm going to the hospital on Wednesday.
Yeah.
So the first time I changed the bandage, I was like, oh boy, I'm going to the hospital.
Oh yeah, you showed it to us.
So right now, what I noticed is it's less red. It's less swollen. And it looks like it's shrinking slightly.
That's good.
So like I feel like when you have a blister and a wound, when it starts to shrink and curve inward that it's healing,
Yeah.
It's still black and nasty and looks ugly, but it looks like it's starting to scab and shrink slightly.
Good.
So I think I'm taking the antibiotics religiously. I took them this morning already. Like early in the morning and dinner time, I take the antibiotics. And I just changed everything. I got all the bandages and stuff here. I just finished wrapping it up. So what am I doing? Hold on. I'll be right back.
Come on back.
Don't let go. Don't let go. Don't let go. All right. Oh, that's the first battle. Is I'm out of bed. And I tell you, some days it's a battle. Oh.
Morning, Ray.
Morning, Ray. Oh. And it's another thing that really had me concerned was before it started getting better, it was starting to hurt. And I can't feel my feet. That concerned me.
Yeah, you must have had a nerve down there that made contact with.
Oh, I don't know, but all I know is like when I would push on it, I was like, "Wow, that's sensitive." Like I can't, and trust me, like he ripped the blister off, and I didn't even flinch.
Wow.
Like the doc was like the doc, he carves up my feet like a Ginsu chef, and I don't twitch. He doesn't use any whatchamacallit. I think once they had to use something.
After I had my colon cancer and after I've done a lot of treatment, I had an issue that started growing on my abdomen. I saw a knot, so I go over and they go, "Well, you've got a problem here." So I'm laying there on this table, and he asked the nurse to bring over his. He had his array of tools on the tray there, and so he's talking to me, and I could feel him tugging around and doing something there, and next thing you know, he comes up there and he's got a thing this big around. It looked like a grape, size of a grape, and it looked like a little human brain. It had feelers hanging off it. It was a tumor that fed from where they did the treatment there, where they did the lesion, the surgery and stuff. Little feelers came up and growed into a tumor right under the skin. And he put it up while I'm laying on the table. No needle, no. He told me, he said, "You have very little nerves below the navel." And I said, "Well, okay." So we had another issue. And so his daughter performed the surgery on me. He was in another room performing surgery, but he had a TV monitor, and he guided her on how to do the surgery. Well, the daughter that did the surgery had her daughter that was going to University of Alabama in there as an assistant. She was getting her license, and she had her to go down inside my body with her hand to put gauze where she had cut in there, and it was bleeding pretty bad. And so she handed her a bunch of gauze, and she goes down in there. And while she was in there, she hit my testes cord, the cord, the one that when you get thumped on the nuts, how bad it hurts.
Yeah.
Well, she strummed that thing. I went, "Whoa!" And that mother said to her daughter, she said, "For God's sakes, take it easy down there. Those things are very delicate."
Those things are very delicate. God damn it. Those oysters are delicate, for Christ's sakes.
Yeah. I believe I went, "My God," because they already told me there was no nerves down there. I said, "You hit a nerve." She said,
"You hit a nerve, all right."
That's that little cord that your little Waywos swings on,
Oh, yeah. Ouch.
I had 5 surgeries, and I come home after I celebrated 5 years of being well, and went to the Rose Garden and had me some nice cold drinks and celebrating life.
Nice.
Boy, she brought me another cup of coffee. Whoa, look at that right here.
Mr. Mac.
I gotta
go get my own coffee.
It is it's 3 days from her birthday. She'll have a birthday in 3 days. Okay. That's the reason she's being really nice right there. Well, come right on in here, Mr. OC.
Oh.
Now there's a Well, there's my little bird looking in the window. He's wanting to know when I'm going to come out and feed him. He comes and lands on the cable that goes out to the antenna. He lands right outside the window. Man, they've been going through a lot of food. Well, winter is here and a lot of stuff is drying up. I got to go get another 50-pound bag. I'm only putting out a little bit of food. I'm not trying to encourage them because I'm going to be gone in December, and I don't want them to come here every night expecting food and won't be nothing here for them.
Yeah.
She said to me last night, she said, "Why do we have to wait till December the 1st to go?" I said, "Well, I told them I would spend a month out there with them." She said, "But if we got there on the 1st, we'd have the full month. And so we could use right after Thanksgiving, have our dinner, and head out after then." I said, "Well, hey, that's a thought." So I might do that. I don't know. I don't want to leave out if it's raining. I'm going to leave out here when it's clear.
Oh, I don't know about cooking right now. I don't feel like cooking. I gotta get hungrier. I gotta get hungrier so that it forces me to cook. I'm not that hungry. I don't know why. I'm really hungry. I had to run outside this morning and put the recycling and the garbage out because I forgot to put it out yesterday before I went to bed. And I'm laying in bed this morning staring up at the skylight, and all of a sudden I hear the diesel truck and the hydraulics, and I'm like, oh no. I get up and I'm running outside. I'm hopping on, I'm doing the hop along it down the driveway. Bringing the recycling bin and the cardboard out.
You was doing the Mr. Dillon, Mr. Dillon, Mr. Dillon.
And by the time I got outside, they were right at my. I was like, whoa. I was like, 1 second, sorry.
Hey, did you hear Sick? You remember Chester was Mr. Dillon? You know, he was Chester was Mr. Dillon's sidekick, right?
Yes.
In Gunsmoke. So he comes running in. He comes running into the jail. Mr. Dillon, Mr. Dillon, Mr. Dillon, you better get your tail over to the Long Branch. He said, oh, take it easy, Chester. That's where I've been getting my tail for the last 30 years. You know, Miss Kitty.
Yeah.
Take it easy, Chester.
Take it easy, Chester.
That guy, I loved it when Chester's cousin came to town. He was embarrassed because he was one of the hill folks from Tennessee, and he talked country. He had a lot of country talk to him. And old Chester's embarrassed.
$10.31. It's not that old. I can finish this up and make French toast with this. These are the ones that are 20 grams of carbs each. Yeah, I'm hungry. Let me just make it. Fuck it. What am I doing?
How about calling the pizza place and just have them deliver you a pizza for breakfast?
No, that costs money. I bought these groceries for a reason. Leia, what are we doing outside? Are we sitting in the yes, we are. We're about to sit in the dirt and get dirty. Hi, baby. What are you doing? You coming inside? Or are you gonna lay in the sun? And get filthy dirty after I gave you a bath 3 days ago.
Oh, see, I like to go to the Golden Corral because at the Golden Corral they always have more corn on the cob, and I love corn on the cob.
Stay outside.
You rub it with that good butter, you know, that honey butter, and put a little salt on it, maybe a little black pepper. Corn on the cob.
She looks at me with this sad face, and I'm like, oh, you can stay outside. I'm not saying you have to come in. I'm just saying, do you want to come in? She's laying down. She always lays down in the same sunny spot out there. And then wherever the sun moves, she moves. She's a panic. And she looks at me with this like sad eyes, like I want to stay outside. I'm like, then stay outside. It's okay, stay outside. And then like when she wants, she'll come to the door and she'll scratch on the glass door, and I'll hear her in the living room. You know, to come get her. Open the door for her because I do not want to clean. I do not want to cool off Gainesville. I'm not a fan.
I look over here, stick on the screen. There's my little buddy right there.
Yeah.
That's where he lives. That's his daytime bed.
In the bed.
Well, Tony just watched Dave cook kangaroo, and he's wondering what you're going to be fixing there. Probably some cottage fried potatoes, maybe New York strip steaks, some scrambled eggs.
Don't let go. Yeah, I can use that. I can use that. Just put this on here. Christ, come on.
Oh, I like picked cream corn. I like to put a little flour and some seasonings and maybe a little sage and all kinds of stuff, and I'll make it into patties, and I'll take that cream style corn and make corn fritters. And I love the corn fritter.
I gotta put a hat on. I'm gonna have friggin' hair in my French toast.
I just I don't think I've got a cooking video, and I got a lot of cooking videos. I just don't have any that I can get to. I do a lot of cooking here. I got spaghetti that I cooked. I like my spaghetti. Today, I'm going to take some of the leftover spaghetti, and she fried Virginia ham this morning. And I'm going to take that spaghetti, I'm going to heat that grease that's in that Virginia ham. I'm going to put the spaghetti over it and fry my spaghetti. Fried spaghetti in Virginia ham, the drippings from Virginia ham. That's what we're going to have for lunch. Fried spaghetti with mushrooms and onions.
Mr. Mac, before I forget, I'm gonna post a link to a Jerry Garcia band concert at Keene College, New Jersey, in Elizabeth, New Jersey, on February 2nd, 1980. Jerry Garcia band, JGB, Keene College 80. What's the date? Oh, I was wrong. 2/28/80. So when you get a chance, if you want to listen to it,
I will.
share, copy link. Over to there. What a great concert. I need my mouse. Oh, my foot.
We make a pretty good roast here too. Here at my place. Yeah, this is the time of the year when we do a lot more roast. We do more casseroles. I've got some of the best homemade casseroles. And what we like about making a casserole, we can eat it for a couple of days.
That's it. What am I doing now?
Now there's your link. I see your link.
All right, eggs. I need eggs. I have bacon too. I wonder if I should make the bacon. Bacon is like time. I can't just make like half a thing. I gotta make the whole thing of bacon. It's like time consuming. I'm just gonna make the French toast. I'm lazy.
Boy, my wife could make some of the best pumpkin pies. We always like that time of the year, when you're back when the kids were all little, we'd carve out a pumpkin and we'd use all that good meat. She'd make it into pumpkin and, cook it and make it filling for the pumpkin pie. She'd put all spice. I never did learn her recipe of doing that. I wished I'd have paid more attention, but here's the deal. I tell you, honest God truth, she never allowed me in the kitchen. I got more in her way. She was like a machine when she got in the kitchen. She could go in and she knew where everything was at. And if I was in there talking to her, I'd distract her. And she was just really good about putting stuff together. Oh, the little bird now looking right in the window at me. Hello, little bird. He's a happy little guy.
Oh, at the end of those eggs, I got another 18 in the fridge. That's good.
Do you boil up some eggs and keep them in the refrigerator to eat when you get that little hunger there?
I do. I like making all kinds of eggs. I like hard boiling eggs. I like soft boiled eggs. I like eggs over easy. I like sunny side up. I like them runny. I like every kind of way. Every way you can make eggs, I like them. I try to at least hard boil 6 and put them in the fridge for a snack. A little bit of salt, a little bit of pepper.
I'll see. What is this that you're telling me? I don't know what CHOKO. What is it? Yeah, what is CHOKO? Choco.
I don't know.
I may
see it. Choco there. I see it now. Choco. I don't know. What is it?
I don't know.
Explain, OC. Explain.
Oh, I'm going to tell you, OC, I've got pictures of us in my first 5 years of school, and the pictures were made in November, late October, early November, and in those 5 years, we never had shoes on our feet. We were barefooted. And nobody thought nothing about it because everybody else sitting on that same row I was sitting on, they didn't have no shoes on either. We were coal-minded kids, and you didn't waste no money on shoes. If you put a pair of shoes on a kid, they'll wear them out in a couple of days.
We don't need no sneaky shoes.
Well, in our days, we were active kids. We didn't sit around and watch TV because they hadn't invented it yet.
All right. Cook it with fire. Electricity.
Can you imagine the horrors of being born before television?
Yeah. Could you imagine having computers and technology that's very advanced and then lose it instead of gain more technology? You'd have all this technology and then you'd slowly lose it instead of gaining more technology. That'd be crazy life, huh?
I'm going to tell you the honest God truth. Back in the 60s, when they were developing the computer and stuff, also 60s was the drug culture period of time. And they said, these wasted minds will never be able to develop the computer because they're going to be so stoned that they won't be able to make a computer. Well, here's what happened. The guys working at Microsoft and all those companies, they were stoned and they made all the software and the computer growed beyond. And the guys that head guys are smoking marijuana, man. So, yeah, the fear they tried to spread in us back in them days that we're going to go downhill fast since they started smoking that evil weed.
Yeah, the devil's lettuce.
Oh, it's a vegetable from the ground, ugly looking critter than when cooked. It's mush great. Ain't used to make it. That's what. Oh, so that's what Choco. Hey, we've eaten stuff. You folks, y'all probably don't even know what cracklings are. I bet
I've
you.
heard of them.
All cracklings, you put them in cornbread. You know, that's just.
Okay.
You know, when you kill a hog, you render out all the fat and you fry it in a great big kettle or a great big wash pot, and you scoop that stuff out, and that goes in crackling cornbread. Oh yeah, the guys that worked at Microsoft. You don't think they wasn't doing LSD?
Oh hell yeah!
In fact, here's the deal. The poor people were doing all those kind of things, shrooms and stuff like that. They were doing cocaine.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, they were.
Well, I'm telling you, I like this new generation of edibles stuff that they got out now. When we went to Washington, we went shopping the very first day we got there, and we was in the supermarket. This thing is like a Walmart of drugs, and they had all the good stuff out there where you could see all the beautiful colors and stuff, but the other stuff was kept behind the counter. You had to know what you was looking for, and the stuff where so people couldn't snatch and grab, break the glass and grab a bunch of that more expensive stuff. My daughter bought me a bottle of Tabasco, the real genuine Tabasco sauce from Louisiana, but it was bottled in Washington State with THC. Tabasco with THC.
Nice.
Oh my, yeah. Oh my, oh my.
Oh my.
Like George Sakai, oh my.
Yeah.
I'll have to look it up. I will look that up and see. Well, we have a thing here called a rutabaga, which is like an overgrown turnip, and it was used in every kind of recipe, rutabaga. And we have kohlrabi.
I need more eggs.
Yeah, 5-finger discount shopper. That's right.
Oh, I need more eggs.
I'm thinking now our resident chef, Mr. Sick, he is now making us a quiche. Now he's breaking the eggs. And he won't show you how he breaks the eggs. You can hear the smack, but you don't know exactly what he's hitting the eggs with. From where we're standing, just let your imagination run wild. He holds the egg in one hand and then it goes crack. Just imagine how he's breaking that egg. Watch this. Here we go. There. See there? That's his secret formula. And nothing irritates me more than to break an egg and let a little piece of shell get in that egg.
That's the worst. I will keep that piece out. I will get it no matter what happens.
I will spend great amount of effort to get that piece of shell out of there.
Yes, sir.
I say, hey, I'm going in. I have my hands all down in the eggs, and you can feel it when you get a hold of that little tiny piece of shell. You rip it out by the roots. Pull it right out of that slime. Here's Troop Throwback. Let's see. Let's bring him up on the stage there. Good morning, Troop Throwback. We're having Chef Sick from the Florida Culinary School. He is now making us a quiche, but as he calls it, his secret quiche. Only Toga knows the recipe. It comes from the Middle East and has been improved as it moved through North Africa. And then they took that same recipe and ran it up through the boot into Italy. And when they got over in Germany, the Germans did a blitzkrieg on it, put spices in it. And now it finally arrived in Florida. And it's so secretive, this formula that Sick is making over there, it is a secret formula.
It's a secret.
I
I may have to throw these tortillas out. I mean, I don't know how long tortillas last, but they're not moldy or nothing.
if there's no mold on them, they're good.
Yeah, I mean, there's no mold on them, you know. So why, you know, I don't see why.
If they were good through the 31st, well, you're only talking about 5 days.
Yeah, that needs to be cooked more.
You know when it ain't done is when you put it on a plate and it tries to crawl off.
Yeah. All right, that's done.
Every time I look at Sick's shirt, he's got their Dead Forever on the back here. I reach up there and I start checking my pulse because an 84-year-old guy don't know how much time he's got left, you know, and he's dead forever. You know, I go, maybe I've already passed on. I just don't know it. Yeah, we're gonna have this secret formula here in a minute. We still have not found out who your secret admirer is, who your crush is.
I don't know. Monday, who knows?
Who knows? Who would say it's only one? Sick. Think about that. There may be hundreds out there.
Think I know who it is.
There's only one admitting it, you know, but there may be hundreds out there, you know.
Well, yeah. I mean, if it was Red Ryder, I would know. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, I would have her phone number. You know. All right. So that's that. That has to cook. This has to be clean.
What do you mean Tony is Sick is slow for a fast food cooker? There's over 100 ingredients that went into that. You just didn't see his hands moving and opening them doors. It was so fast. It was like, you know, speed beyond your eye and ability to be able to comprehend. That's it. That's it. He only made it seem like it was long. If you was up at the Waffle House, by now you'd have already thrown a chair through the window. I understand.
All right, so that's done.
I want my French toast.
I'm gonna let that cook. This is done. I gotta put those on two. I'm not gonna be able to eat 4 pieces. I don't think.
All right, here we go. All right, looks like it's all. Oh, he's turning it one more time. It's got a nice sizzle to it. You got sizzle into knizzle.
And that's it. No cheese. No, we need butter.
Is this kind of like a welfare quiche?
Huh?
Is this like a welfare quiche? Has nothing in it.
Yeah, it's a welfare French toast. Yeah.
Uh,
Hold on. Shut the fuck up.
you know it when it's cooked done is when the fire the smoke detector goes off. Danger, Will Robin. Danger.
That's for sure.
Danger, Will Robin. Danger.
Come on, baby. They're checking on me, making sure I'm all good. All right. Turn everything off. Save these for later. I'm going to eat these. I got to put some butter on these. Oh, what am I doing? I got to cover those. What's up, baby? What's the matter?
You know what? Up in Washington, when it's time for the bar to close, they'll start blinking the lights. Slowly, they'll bring the lights up brighter and brighter until all the lights are turned on. And you realize this girl that you've been sweet talking and you've already danced with her a few times, and your lips have been up against her cheek and you've been holding her real nice and tight. And then when the lights get up bright, you go, "Oh, God dang, what have I done? What have I done now?"
I've done that.
Some of the women, when the lights go on, they're sick. You go, "What have I done?"
What has happened?
Yeah.
I seem to have made a mistake.
Oh, they need loving too.
Oh, you know. All right. Oh, I need that, I think.
Tony, I tell you what really scares you. You pick up a girl at the bar and you go up to the room, and before you get down to business, she says to you, "Just a moment, sweetie." And she goes into the bathroom and you're laying there and you raise up on one elbow, to kind of take a look. And you see the silhouette and she's peeing, standing up peeing like a man. You go, "Oh, hell, what have I
I'm
done?"
running out. I'm running to the hills.
Right through the side window.
Right through the sheetrock.
Oh, in Thailand, they got some beautiful, what they call girly boys. Is it girly boys?
No, lady boys.
Lady boys. Lady boys. Yeah, you can't tell. I'm telling you, some of them are just beautiful.
Yeah, they sure are.
You could be in for a surprise. As Gomer used to say, "Surprise, surprise, surprise."
Surprise, surprise. Good morning, fellas. Surprise, surprise, surprise. He's standing up, taking a leak. I gotta go.
When you hear she's got a bigger string than you, it's time to depart.
Time to depart. Time to go. Where are you on?
You are on Old Max channel, so there would be no children in here, so you don't have to look over your shoulder. If you got family members, it would be best if they don't come into the room while you're on Old Max channel, because it could go almost any direction.
Any direction. Oh, that looks kind of good.
Look at your beautiful person behind you. Look sick behind you. You got that beautiful person standing in the door over there, ready to eat.
Yeah. Hi, sweetie. Come here. I didn't make any bacon for you. I'm sorry. Come on. You gonna come up? Come up. Come on. Up. You coming? Come on, up. Come on. You can do it. Come up. Wait, up. You know the deal. Come up. Up. You can't have it now. Up. Come up. Come up. Will you hammerhead. Come up. What's wrong with you? What is wrong with you? Come up, Leia. Leia. We've done this a million times. Thank you. Ay, ay, ay. It's like she gets all flustered when she's on, she's on the spot. I don't know how to jump anymore. Let's see how this is. I like using this kind of bread instead of the butter bread once in a while, just to change it up.
Do you put any powdered sugar on yours?
No. I have to do it plain Jane. I gotta put sugar-free syrup.
Yeah.
No seasoning, just egg. And it's Blue Mountain bread or something. Pretty damn good. Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah, that first bite's going to let you know how good it's going to be.
Yeah, it was pretty good. I mean, no salt, no pepper, just, plain Jane.
My gosh. You was pretty hungry.
Yeah, I'm hungry. Well, I didn't have dinner. I knew once I made it, I was going to, that's why I made 4 pieces. Oh, I didn't shoot. Damn it.
Uh-oh.
Come on. So that's 42 units, 42 grams of carbs. It's 117 now. So I'm going to say 42. 2.6 grams, 2.6 units of insulin. That's great that it does the calculations and everything. It takes your current reading into account. It does all the math work. I just have to tell it what I just have to count the carbs. I'm going to have to put a second plate underneath this. I'm going to end up cutting through it.
While he's eating, let me see if I can find something here. Find something and bring the group a little bit of entertainment. Oh, that was fun right there. That was fun. Everything on here is fun. I made my raccoons a tiki bar. Look at my little raccoon tiki bar.
Raccoon tiki bar. Kids and everybody.
Look at that old baby.
They're having a hoot. I may be having French toast for dinner. I got those 2 more slices out there.
I go out there with a bag of food, and they'll come running up, and I'll pour it on the deck because the feeder is not enough to feed. You know, when you got 30 of them, they all can't eat at the feeder.
Yeah.
So I pour down about a 6 or 8 foot string of food, probably 10 or 15 pounds. I put on the deck, and they'll be at your feet, eating right next to you, and you have to push them with your feet to get out from the Congo line, you know.
Yeah.
And, they'll come to the back door.
So they come right up to you.
Oh yeah, they're born here. But when I have the back door open, they'll stand at the back door and put their hands on the glass, and I can walk right over there, and I'll take my finger and stick it out to them, and they'll pull their little head back. But there's glass between me and them, you know, and they come over and let me know that there's no food on the deck. They're pretty damn smart little animals.
They say they're very intelligent.
They are. And their hind legs, they can rotate their hind legs so when they go down a pole, they just twist their legs around and they can hold on to them hands, and they can run down a tree really fast.
And they got imposable thumbs or whatever they are.
Yeah. And they got sensors in their hands. That's the reason they're always touching their food. And they can tell whether it's good or bad by the touch in their hand. And that's the reason they're washing their hands all the time.
Really?
Yep.
I didn't know that.
The little babies are called kits. And the mama, they bring, kits, K-I-T-S, kits. When they bring the little babies up, the mamas will keep their babies separate from the other babies. The mama will always stay between her babies and the mother and her babies. You know, they're really protective of them babies. And I've got them. She'll lay down over on the deck, and she'll have all 4 of her little kits sucking the tits. You know, they be down there. Now the food is right over there, but they love mama. But they love mama's milk, and she'll lay down on her side and hold her little hind leg up, and they get right in there. Little heads are just going.
That's funny. That's great.
I've got pictures of me, Tony, feeding my birds out there, and I will stand out there by the feeder and hold real still, and they land on the back of my hand, and they'll run up my arm. They get up, their little eye can see right into my eye. They'll look right at my eye, you know, and then they'll go back down my arm. These are what they call the little yellow birds. They're pretty little birds.
Mr. Mack, what's the holiday coming up? Is today a holiday, or is it next Monday? It's Veterans Day or something.
Next holiday I'm aware of is Thanksgiving.
When was Veterans Day? Wasn't the Veterans Day a Monday ago or something?
Yeah, we just had Veterans Day. See, it wasn't very long ago because you remember the guys in Canada they called it something different up in Canada.
It had to be in October, wasn't it?
Well, OC, you're always welcome to come in here anytime. We always keep the light on. Y'all come on back anytime.
Indigenous Peoples Day. Labor Day was the September 2nd.
Yep. That's been a while back, but I think that there was a holiday. I know the post office didn't run one day. I can't remember what it was. Oh, maybe Veterans Day.
November 11th.
What's on the November the 11th?
Veterans Day.
Oh, so we haven't had it yet.
No. Next Monday. That's what I thought. Next Monday is a holiday. Veterans Day. My dad was big into Veterans Day.
You know what is really strange, Sick? You know, we have all these different holidays of every description. What is one of the most prominent things in our life is the election day, and yet that's not a holiday.
No.
It should be a national holiday where people can take off work and not get a loss of pay and go do your patriotic duty. I know.
Agree.
I know. Up at the company there, if you had to go do jury duty, the company pays your wages just like you're still there. My company did. They paid us our wages plus whatever the court paid us, you know.
Yeah. That's
Because
great.
That most patriotic duty you can do is sit on be selected for jury duty, you know. A lot of times you can't do it. I've had to turn it down a couple of times because I was on missions where I could not be excused.
Well, you're just going to get the last 2 bites, Mac.
Uh-oh. She's looking. She's
sure. Oh, baby.
She, oh my, that was good.
Ready? Good girl.
It's beautiful. That's beautiful.
Is that yummy?
So, man, that was good, man. Hey, riding on Ruby. Oh, you got to correct your date, Sick, on that Veterans Day. It's on November the 11th. And one man that would know that would be riding on Ruby because he knows when he doesn't have to haul a load of them critters. Next Monday. Good morning, riding on Ruby.
What's up, kid? You got sand in your eye because you've been laying in the dirt.
Did you hear what Ruby had to say, Sick?
No, what did he say?
It's Monday. Monday is the holiday. Monday the 11th.
Monday the 11th. Yeah, Monday the 11th, Veterans Day. Yeah.
Hello, Andy.
We all know how much you love the baby wipes, Leia. Come here. Don't be difficult. I just gave you a bath, and you are disgusting, Leia. I mean, I gave you a bath 3 days ago. Look at that. That's disgusting.
It doesn't seem to bother me any at all.
I was like, do you really have to lay in the dirt? I'm a dog. I can't get your belly. I'm gonna get your belly. Sit up. Come on. Up. Come here. Good girl.
You know, she fed the raccoons out there this morning. They've already eaten up all the food.
Okay, you're done. Good girl. Don't you feel refreshed? Hmm? No, don't feel refreshed. Not so much. She's a piece of work. I can't believe she's 10 already. It was 10 years ago we got Leia.
Wow.
I got Leia.
Yeah, the time goes by.
Yeah. Mama, mama, many worlds I've come since I first left home.
Tony is bowing out.
Tony's bowing out. Take care, Tony. I need her to bring me to DMV. I told her, I said, listen, when she was here the other day, yesterday or whatever, yeah, it was yesterday she was here with the dogs. I was like, I need you. I'm sorry, but I'm not driving down there to Ocala an hour away with a boot on. I was like, I need you to come pick me up. We'll go down there together, and I need you to drive me back home. And that's the last you're going to have to deal with it. I'm going to have to deal with everything else. Okay?
Well, maybe she'll come and take you down there today.
Huh?
Maybe she'll come and take you today.
No, she ain't. She knew what she told me. She told me, she's like, I got corporate coming to the property this week. I don't know if they're coming Monday and Tuesday or Thursday and Friday. I was like, we'll find out. And let's do this already. I'm like, I'm tired. Like, look at me. I was like, if something happens to the dog, I gotta drive an unregistered, uninsured vehicle to the vet hospital. That's what I have to do. Like a lunatic, I have to drive the van, unregistered and uninsured, like a lunatic, to the veterinary hospital if something happens to the dog. Or what if something happens to me? You know, what if I need to get to the hospital?
Yeah.
You know, I'm like, come on already. Let's stop dicking the dog. You're fucking dicking the dog. It's like excuse after excuse. It's like, I mean, let's just do it. Let's go. Like we have the paperwork. Let's get it done.
So what seems to be the holdup? I mean, what do you think that would be an issue?
Well, when I went to DMV, they're like, the title's in her name. So yeah. I need her. Period. Yeah. That's it. I need her. So now I text her. I'm like, guess what? Still need you. We both have to go. And we both have to go to DMV together. And that's it. Sorry. Let's do this. Let's get it over with. It's ridiculous. Fucking joke. Midnight. Moonlight, midnight, moonlight. Midnight, moonlight, midnight, moonlight. So I think we're gonna do a bong hit, and I think then after the bong hit, I am going to smoke a pre-roll because I need something after I eat. I'm still not stoned right now.
The bong is just simply a method of clearing your lungs up so you can do the regular joint hit.
I tell you, the bongs are devastating. I'll be honest with you. I gotta get ice. The bong is devastating.
This is Cheech Marin bong. It says right on the front of it, Cheech.
Cheech.
Cheech and Chong. Yeah, Cheech.
Yeah.
Does the ice, when it melts, it goes down into the bottom?
Yep. Yeah.
Now we got to get ready to fix the charging station.
Yeah.
Got to empty out the dead soldier.
Yeah, I did that. The dead soldier's gone. Now we have a fresh one.
Oh yeah, fresh off the block. Here we go.
What's the block?
Ladies and gentlemen.
Here we go.
Kush. This
Fire
is the super Kush.
A blend of
Fire, let there be fire.
there be fire. Fire.
See, ladies and gentlemen, nothing to it.
Nothing to it.
Yeah. Woo.
Dizzy, man. Oh,
I was waiting for the buzz to hit.
I'm dizzy. Immediately dizzy.
You know it's right when you start getting dizzy.
Yeah. You see the scar under my eye here?
Yeah.
So, me and my buddies are behind the. I'm best friends with the guy who owns a coffee shop in Oradell, Cool Beans Chris. We're all hanging out behind the shop, smoking a joint. And there was a meteor shower that night. And we're looking up at the sky, checking out the meteor shower. And we're all hitting on the joint. And my blood sugar must have been tanked. It must have been really low or whatever. And I hit the joint. I remember starting to cough. And then I don't remember anything else. And then I remember them picking me up off the ground. And I must have coughed and collapsed. And we were standing behind the AC units, so there was a steel gas pipe running to the AC units to gas them, for the heat.
Yeah.
And my face must have whacked the gas pipe when I collapsed, face first into the ground. And when they picked me up, I was like, who punched me in the face? I was like, what the hell happened? And they're like, no. I was like, you fell. I'm like, I fell. How the hell did I fall? I was standing there. He's like, come inside. And they're carrying me inside. They got one person under each shoulder. I'm like dragging my feet. I'm like, blah, 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 blah. Like, not only did I pass out, but I got smashed in the face now. So they get me inside, and I got pictures of it. I think I still have them. I'm sitting there. And yeah, somewhere around here. And I was like, what the hell happened? They're like, you passed out. I was like, I passed out? How the hell did I pass out? I was like, I don't know. I was like, okay. Where the hell are they? I'm right in the area. So they're right around here. There's Cool Beans Chris.
Oh, let me. That was the guy that owned the place.
Yeah, that's the guy that owned the place. And let me see. I got a picture of me with they actually. I have a picture of them actually treating me. I'm sitting there and they're like dabbing my face. Like, you're gonna have a black eye. Like, it feels like I'm gonna have a black eye. Jeez. One man down and another to go. Oh, wait. Yeah, look at this. I got it.
Okay, we'll bring you up here. Oh, look.
And then you can't really see the split. Well, yeah, you can kind of see the side of the split. Wait, let's see. Oh, yeah, there's the split.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that's where it split. I must have hit it on the corner, like on the cheekbone.
Yeah.
And then there's the rest of it. That's right after it happened.
Yeah, that added character to your face.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, Al Pacino.
Yeah, and then there's some road rash.
Oh,
I think that's the road rash when I got hit by the car crossing the crosswalk. Yeah, there's more road rash from getting hit by the car. I was walking across the street to get a pack of cigarettes, and there was all the traffic was stopped, bro. All the traffic was stopped, and I've crossed this street, Kindercamack Road in Oradell. I've crossed that street 1,000,000 times. And I literally went across the street and somebody pulled out the side street and must not have seen me and whacked me with their front fender. And I rolled. I saw ground, sky, and I landed on my shoulder and my head. And I laid there for a minute. I didn't realize I got hit, and I got popped back up and kept on walking across the street. The lady pulled over. The guy told me to stay there. I'm like, I got to get cigarettes before the cops get here, man. Because the cops ain't going to let me go into the Rite Aid if I got hit by a car. So I run across the street and get my cigarettes, and I come. And then by that time, they figure out, they're asking me, where are we? I'm like, Walgreens, Kindercamack Road, Oradell. So like nobody knew where the hell we were. I'm like, dude, Kindercamack Road, Oradell, Walgreens. I'm like, God, you guys are stupid. And by that time, I got up and I'm like, I'm going to get cigarettes. And I went and got cigarettes. And then by the time I purchased my cigarettes, I'm bleeding and everything, standing there purchasing my cigarettes. And then a cop walks in and I'm like, I found him. I'm like, he's stable. I'm like, yeah, man. I'm like, look at me. I knew his name. I forget his name. What was his name? But I knew him. And I was like, what's up, man? Or whatever his name was. And I was like, she fucking hit me. I was like, I knew you weren't going to let me go get cigarettes. So I had to get cigarettes before you got here. He's like, you're out of your mind, bro.
I'm surprised they didn't write you up for leaving the scene of the crime.
Yeah, but I went right back outside. I was like, it was literally right in front of Walgreens. It was it was like Walgreens, the gas station, the crosswalk, you know? So it was like right there. And then literally the police station was 2 over. And they still took 10 minutes to get there because nobody knew who to call.
Yeah.
Because when they call 911, 911 goes to Westwood Dispatch or Paramus. One or the other. The two big towns that have the major switchboards. So when you tell the 911, usually you'll get Westwood. You know, because Westwood's the hub of the Pascack Valley, and Oradell is part of the Pascack Valley. So I'm pretty sure they got Westwood 911 desk, and they were like, "Where are you?" That's why they were asking for "Where are we?" I'm like, Kindercamack Road, Oradell, Walgreens. I was like, plain and simple. And then they still couldn't get it right. I'm like, Jesus, Mary and Joseph. I'm like, what if I was dead? Like, what if I was laying on the ground, like, couldn't even tell you anything? I mean, would you guys, how long would it take you guys to figure this out? So you guys are pathetic.
Did they give the woman a citation?
Yeah, she got a citation.
Okay.
Absolutely. Failure to observe pedestrian traffic.
What was her excuse? She looked away just for a second, or?
I don't know, but she couldn't deny it because I knocked my ass or my hip knocked off the mirror. Knocked her mirror clean off her door. It was hanging there or something. I remember that. And when she hit me, she panicked. And she hit the gas. So, like, by the time I was rolling on the hood, she accelerated. So it kind of like sped the spinning up. So I spun when I got released, you know? Because I went up the windshield and everything. I kept on spinning, and she kept on accelerating because she panicked and hit the gas. And then I spun and spun and spun. And I was like, whoa, whoa, whoa. I was like, sky ground, bam. I was like, oof.
You could have been killed.
Yeah, I've been hit pretty hard a couple times. I got T-boned on my one motorcycle. I was knocked unconscious on that one. They had a life flight in the air with that one. They had the helicopter coming to get me on that one.
Did you see where Motorbomb was riding last week, and he showed us the place where a guy come across the medium and hit him?
And that's where he shattered his elbow, I think.
Yeah, 5 breaks or something like that.
Yeah, man, that's crazy. And you never forget that. Like, when he came to that spot, I got goosebumps, man, because I was like, I know that feeling, because, like, when you reflect on that accident at that scene, you reflect on it like it's a slow motion movie, like it's happening frame by frame by frame. Because all my accidents, that's like the adrenaline that gets pumped through your body. I feel like that adrenaline makes your mind remember the incident, or it can make you forget it probably too.
Yeah.
As well. But it makes it slow down to like a microsecond movie scene that happens. And like towards the end of the movie scene, it starts to like almost get to full time, real time, and then it's over.
Yeah.
Then you're in real time and you're on the ground or whatever, you know? It's weird how that happens. I don't know if it's the adrenaline rush. I don't know what it is, but let's see what my sugar is. 110. That's good. I like how it just keeps it. It keeps it. It doesn't really it doesn't even hiccup sometimes. Like, it keeps that steady number all the time. It's amazing.
Yeah, that is truly a miracle.
Like if it's at 110 now, And in 5 minutes, if it senses it's going to 111 or 112 or 115, it'll bang me with like 0.1 or 0.5. And then I won't even know this, but it'll never register above that 110 because it'll bring it down before the next 5 minutes. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because it's testing it and adjusting every 5 minutes, 12 times an hour. It's just so weird. I've never, ever, ever had numbers like this in my life, ever. And I never, ever, ever thought I would. I was like, this is way too hard. I was like, this is way too high maintenance. And I am not a high maintenance person. You know?
Well, it seems to be. So you think the people that are that can afford to have something that would be very beneficial to them to have something like this, like your machine?
Yes. And like, I can't afford to have it, but I have it. And the only reason I have it is because my insurance covers it.
Yeah.
You know, and it took me 27 years to get to this point. You know, I was doing manual everything for the first 15 years of my disease. Only the last 10 years have I been getting like sensors for a bunch of years and now a pump for the last 3-4 months. Like, this is life-changing, without a doubt. It's life-changing. I mean, I still have all my symptoms and side effects from diabetes. Like, look at my foot, for instance. You know what I'm saying? You know, look at my ribs. You know, look at just getting hit in the chest and falling down. Like, I was taken out. You know, somebody was trying to tell me to cut it out. That's what Moto said. Because I kept on working and I literally I still have a scab on my hand. I literally ripped like sections of my webbing of my hand off of my hands because like I used to have calluses on my hands from doing 25, 30 years of landscaping and tree work, you know? So like it's nothing to have sections of my hands torn off with blisters and having to, because I'm raking. I'm like, I'm looking around. I'm like, nobody's looking for a rake. Nobody's picking anything up. And it ain't going to do it by itself. So I just started doing it, you know, and I knew it had to get done. And while Buck was on the machine, I would just, like, the holes had to be filled in, and they're not getting filled in by themselves, you know. I'm lucky I had a shovel and a hard rake. What I really wanted was a leaf rake so I could be a little easier and gentler, because the hard rake is a little more rough raking than a leaf rake. You know, you have to leaf rake it a little more. It takes more time, but it's gentler on your hands. Yeah. Where a hard grading rake is more rough on your hands. In my opinion, I mean, from my experience. And like when I did landscaping, I was a one-man show. Nobody, you know, I wasn't gonna have Jose or Juan or anybody else, you know, go do it. It was Eric or Joe. You know. Oh my God! I think I have to smoke a joint. I think that's what's gonna have to happen.
You gonna roll you one, or you got some ready rolls?
I got 2 pre-rolls here, and I'm feeling mighty lazy because I just ate and I did a bong hit, so I'm kind of stoned already, and I'm lazy. LMP. What is LMP hybrid? I need to look that up. Since you've been gone. VitaCan. VitaCan has now officially changed their name to Planet 13. I don't know if you know what that means.
I don't.
But Planet 13 is the dispensary I visited when I was in Vegas, which just happened. They don't have it; they're sold out. So they don't. When they're sold out, they don't have this strain listed anymore. So LMP is, I don't know, lemon something P, lemon, whatever.
Liggett-Meyer tobacco.
This isn't very high THC. This is only 1170. And it's got 0.68% terpenes, no CBD, and it's 0.05 grams. It's a half-gram joint.
Pretty mild.
Yeah, but like, I don't think that matters. Like, honestly, of course the numbers matter, but I've gotten really baked off of 11% joints before, 12% joints, 15% joints. I like this spritzer, this one in here, that spritzer is 22% compared to the 11. But I chose the 11 because I just did a bong hit. I just woke up. I just ate, and I probably don't need to be a vegetable for the rest of the day. You know, not that I'm going to be a vegetable with the spritzer, but you know, I may get a case of the itis. You know.
Yeah, with this you can still do brain surgery.
Yeah. I can still function. And not be completely unmotivated, and you know, not that smoking weed makes me unmotivated, but you know, listen, I've gone without smoking before, and my legs start to hurt, my feet start to hurt, I get cranky. You know, like I feel miserable. And whether that's withdrawal or not, that's fine. That's probably withdrawal or whatever you want to call it, and fine. But I've also quit for 2 weeks and have been stone sober after a week. And I've said, wow, my feet really hurt. They're kind of on fire. My legs really hurt. They're kind of on fire. You know, my hands hurt, my arthritis hurts, you know, all those things that used to bother me, that I started smoking the weed and getting the ADHD gets worse, the dyslexia is out of control, like my mind's going nuts. You know, all those things are amplified. So instead of going to a doctor and taking all these pharmaceutical pills, yeah, I don't need that. I don't want to do that. I'd rather smoke because it takes care of a broad spectrum of ailments without treating a single solitary one of them. It treats the whole spectrum. You know, I'm not no scientist.
Let me get this straight now. You made a decision to go without it, and you went without it, and all kinds of stuff happened and everything, and you said to yourself, damn, that was the worst 1 minute of my life.
Well, yeah. I was like, well, you know what it was? Because like once in a while, even like recently, I wasn't like right before the camp out, I was having a hard time getting stoned. I really, really was. And I noticed it, and I was like, wow, man, like maybe my tolerance is just really spiked out right now. Because prior to that, I remember going like, maybe I was having a bad week and wanted cigarettes, and I was smoking a lot. Like I was smoking a lot. You know, maybe that was going on for a couple of days. And maybe I plateaued, you know? And that's happened to me before. And usually, what I'll do is I'll go on a headrest, and I'll just stop. Even if I have weed, I'll just stop, and I'll hate myself for a few days, but I'll get over it,
Yeah.
And I'll stop for a week, and then after that week, I'll see how I feel. Like, let's stop for another week, and then I stop for another week, and then I'll be like, okay, head's pretty clear, but everything's starting to hurt again. And I'll be damned if I'm going to take all these pills that they want me to take and all this crap. Oh, we'll take this for preventative this and preventative that, and this will make it constipated. This will make you shit your brains out. This will give you a heart attack. This will make you drop dead. This will make your leg fall off. This will make your brain come out of your ear. I don't want that. What's up, 2-4?
What's going on, fellas?
What's going on, man?
Oh, same shit. Sitting here listening to you talk about dope.
Yeah, if I could smoke a joint and avoid all those side effects that they list in all these commercials of all these things that they want to throw on people and make people take, if I can avoid all those side effects by smoking a joint, I think I'm going to smoke the joint.
Yep, damn right. I know when I was a kid, the doctors wanted to put me on Ritalin. Mom wouldn't let them, thank God. And I turned about 13, and I discovered hash back then. Started smoking hash, and then weed came around. Smoked weed. I don't need no goddamn Ritalin. This stuff keep me sane enough.
2-4. When I was in 6th grade, they finally diagnosed me with learning disabilities. They're supposed to diagnose you with learning disabilities in kindergarten and the 1st grade. I was diagnosed in 6th grade. I had dyslexia and I had ADHD. Or at that time, it was just HD or attention deficit or whatever they call it.
Yeah, they said the same thing about me, and they said I was hyperactive, is what they called it back then. I was bouncing off the walls. My mind would race all the time. I could never sleep. Just my mind would go. Even now, if I go a day or two without smoking weed, my mind races like crazy. I can't go to sleep. I can't keep a thought for more than 30 seconds.
And they wanted to give me Ritalin. That's what the doctor said. The doctor prescribed Ritalin. And I took it, and I took it, and I took it. And eventually, I started complaining to my mother. I was like, Mom, I don't like the way it makes me feel. And in the beginning, she was pretty persistent about me trying it and taking it. And, eventually, I would just, keep it in the corner of my mouth and spit it out.
Yeah,
I would just so I wouldn't have to argue with her,
2-4, keep an eye on 6. I've got to go to that little square room, but I'll be right back.
All right.
We got you. We got you.
But it would make me like a zombie, I felt like. It would because the Ritalin would make you focus on and it wouldn't allow you to multitask. It would slow your brain down. It would make you slow down.
Yeah.
So that you were kind of semi-comatose. I was a zombie, dude.
Yeah, I never took it. Mom wouldn't let them give it to me, but they wanted to. That was probably around grade 4. So I was probably 10 years old or something when they wanted to put me on it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Time I got to grade 7, I discovered hashish and I started smoking that. It leveled everything out. I was able to sleep all of a sudden. Mom was asking I told Mom eventually what I was doing, and she was all dead against it at first, but.
Dude, I started smoking weed when I was 13, 14, 15, 16 years old. And from those days, and I got ridiculed. I got picked on. I got in trouble. My parents hated it. My mother hated it. My dad never said shit.
Yeah. Yeah, Mom wasn't happy when she found out I was smoking hash, and all the stuff that they said back then in the 80s. It was all over the propaganda news. Oh my God, you're gonna turn into a major drug addict and all this crazy shit.
It's a gateway drug. The gateway drug.
No, I just smoke my fucking pot now and drink a few beer and carry on.
Yeah.
Trying to get a bunch of work done around here today. We actually got a half decent day out. It's not so bad.
Sunny?
Yeah, it's sunny out and half warm. Well, you're wearing a hoodie and stuff, but
that's good. It rained last night from 9 9 till like 6 this morning, 5 this morning. But then
Yeah.
now it's kind of like overcast.
Yeah, days like today make me wish I still had the bike right here. I could jump on it this afternoon for a couple hours probably, but oh well.
Yeah.
I actually went up yesterday afternoon and pulled the battery out of it and checked the tire pressures, made sure they were up to snuff, and she'll sit there now probably after Christmas before I start doing any work to the thing. I got to put new front tire, new front brakes on it this winter, so but that'll be after Christmas before I'll dig into any of that.
Yeah, I think I got to pull the rear brake caliper off the FXR because I felt the rear caliper, I felt the rear disc, and it's got divots in it, man.
Yeah.
So I don't know if they're old divots or if they're new divots.
Yeah, you may have to replace the rotor and the pads, or well, check the
That's what
thickness
it's-
on the rotor and see if the rotor's still up to spec thickness wise. If it is, you may still be able to use it, but
Yeah, and I mean, don't forget, I've never worked on this kind of bike before, so I don't know what the hell I'm doing.
go get yourself a climber manual for the bike, and that will help you a lot.
Yeah, I mean the best thing I ever did with the Night Train is I got the service manual. It's this thick. It tells you how to take the
Yep.
bike and the motor and the trans and every piece of that thing apart
Yep.
and put it back together again.
Yeah, you can get the service manual right from Harley Davidson, or you can go to Climber and get their service manual. The Harley one, I've had them, and I got a Climber one. I'd say they're about the same, but the Harley one is double the price. Like,
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
my wife just got me the Climber service manual for the Street Glide there for my birthday. She got it on Amazon. I think she paid like $72 for it or something. The Harley one is a little over 200. I already priced it.
Yeah.
But that's here in Canada too. You guys get it a little cheaper.
Hey, what did American Outlaw? What did he finally settle for a name? What he's doing? Some name changing?
Old Man Gaming, I believe, is his.
Yeah, I
new
think
name,
that-
ain't it?
Yeah.
I think
Yeah,
that's him. I seen him pop up all of a sudden. He's saying hi to all the same folks and stuff.
I
I'm pretty
saw
sure
him.
that's.
I already go to his page and see what his page like. He does a lot of that Walking Dead stuff, you know.
A lot of video games. I never ever got into video games at all. I played pinball when I was a kid and pool and foosball, but I never really got into video games.
I got a great gamer computer here, but I've never used it for games either.
Now, my sons are into it, especially my youngest boy, but he's always tried to get me to get into it. No, it's not my thing. I get too mad. I'll throw the damn controller through the TV. It's just, it's not my thing.
Yeah, man.
I used to do a lot of flight simulator programs. Sick, have you ever did those flight simulators?
Yeah, I would enjoy. That I would enjoy. I would like doing that. I think that would be cool. Like replicating like World War II battles in the Pacific or something. I think that would be cool.
I've had a lot of those good games.
Yeah.
Like, I would love to fly a P-51 Mustang.
I had an opportunity to fly in a P-51 Mustang, and they arranged it, set it up for me. And I went to Birmingham for the flight, and we was going to fly over the racetrack at Talladega. Well, it got over there, and the fellow came down with a head cold, and he took medication for the head cold. And under the FAA rules and regulation, couldn't fly that day. So, but he let me sit in the airplane and do a lot of videos while sitting. His name of his plane is Ain't Misbehaving.
Ain't Misbehaving. That's great.
He flies at the races over at Reno.
Yeah, no, I've never been one for airplanes much. I like keeping my feet right on the dirt. The wife talked me into getting on a plane a couple times. We've done 2 trips to Jamaica, and that's about the only time I've really been on a plane. That was in 2010 and 2011. We went to Jamaica. But that was a trip.
Yeah, man. I remember I made a model. What was those model names? Revel? Was that what they were called? Revel models?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. I remember I put together a Black Widow. It was a what was it? It was a twin engine. I forget what kind of plane it was. God damn.
Maybe a P-36.
Yes.
It had the twin booms.
Yes, and the tail was connected. The tail was connected, and then it had the twin engines. It was all black because it was a Night Hunter. And it was one of the first ones to get that radar installed. And they were able to detect the Nazis or the Japs coming in fleets, and they would go in from above and attack them, and they would have all their guns aimed in front of them and towards a point.
Yeah.
And they would have 30 caliber machine guns, 50 caliber machine guns. They would have 20 caliber, like everything, all different size ranges. And they would all, like, they were just, and they said they were unbelievably effective, especially at night.
I believe it was a P-36 that shot down Yamamoto, the admiral that was flying during the Japanese War. They shot him down and came in unsurprised. He never knew what hit him.
Yeah. I mean, because those things were hitting close to like 500 miles an hour with those twin engines.
Damn.
You know, so, I mean, the P-51s and the Mustangs and the Corsairs, they were only doing like 4 something, I think, right?
Only, he says.
Well, compared to what the F-15 can do, and you know the F-22 Raptor can do.
Oh yeah.
You know,
I watched here this week. In fact, it was just yesterday. America's got a brand new airplane out. You remember the old SR-71?
Yeah.
Bird. Now they got an SR-72.
Yeah, I saw that.
And the Russians were flying up at their maximum speed. They caught up to it, you know, and they was talking about it. And then all of a sudden he hit the afterburner and he went up in the cloud, and that was it.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, he literally just out accelerated them, you know.
Yeah.
Fast.
In seconds.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
That's awesome.
They call it the Dark Star. And
Dark Star, that's right. Dark Star.
Yeah.
That's right. The Dead had that name. That had that name of a song way before they had the Dark Star. There's a song, Dark Star, that the Dead play.
It's a beautiful aircraft. I know the first time we saw the SR-71 that they wasn't publicly known. They had not been released. And I was in Dobbins Air Force Base. So I went over there and I heard some noise over to my right. And the chief told me, I said, what are they doing over here? And he said, and we went over the window and looked in, and here was this astronaut looking guy that had a spacesuit on, the hood and everything. And 2 men was escorting him out to this plane. And I went over to the other one and looked out there, and it was the SR-71 sitting there.
Wow.
They just refueled it, and he has to take off almost immediately. So when he takes off, he goes out and goes straight up into the clouds so nobody could get pictures of it. And he was doing overflights of Cuba during that period of time. And so we was out there long enough that the SR-71 came back after it did its mission down to Cuba, because, you know, we were there where they took off. It wasn't that long of a flight, but, you know, from Dobbins, you know, that's by Marietta, Georgia. And the thing went down, did its mission, came back, and they have to cover it up in this asbestos because it is so hot when it comes in and landing. They cover it up because immediately after it starts to cool down, it starts to leak all over. It leaks the fuel out, and so they have to cover it in this cloth-like stuff so they can control the temperature until they can get it parked in an area where where it drips down into this vat and all that stuff, you know.
I was told that when they take off, They immediately got to go up and heat the plane up to stop it from leaking.
That's right.
And then they immediately have to hit a tanker.
Oh yeah, you couldn't, yeah, you wouldn't want to load this thing up full when you took off. You go up and get a tanker, and then you got your body fueled up. You got your fuel heated up, and the fuel comes in and don't run out as bad. It's made out of titanium, and there's a shrinkage factory with titanium. Then the rivets are also titanium rivets.
So
But,
when it heats up, it swells up enough that it don't leak. Is that the concept?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it heats up so much that it expands, and all the seals seal.
Yeah, any metal does that. Oh, almost any metal.
So they're cruising along at, say, 75,000 feet, and they get the authority to go on beyond 75,000 feet up. Right behind the pilot, these great big old tanks of nitrogen. They inject nitrogen into the fuel. It's called oxygenated fuel. So it would have actually air in the fuel to burn above 80,000 feet. And they go on up. And during the time when we was involved, they went over 105,000 feet up. But they've even went higher than that. But it's all classified after 105,000 feet.
That's a long freaking way up.
There's like barely any oxygen up there. That's why they have that nitrogen.
That's the reason they're wearing a astronaut suit, is because they got a whole entire environment system in their suit. And that fuel.
And they gotta feed the engines extra oxygen to keep them lit.
That's what those tanks are for back there. The nitrogen they use is to stabilize the oxygen molecules so they'll burn, so they don't separate at high altitude. They use it as a stabilizer. Just nothing but dry nitrogen in those tanks.
That's crazy.
That's what stabilizes a fuel. And they're very fast.
Yeah,
when they get above 55,000 feet, they're really fast.
When I was in Vegas and I was visiting somebody out there, there was an Air Force base right there, and I saw 2 AWACS take off, and what amazed me was how aggressively they take off.
Oh yeah.
Well, I guess their mentality is train. So you're gonna take off like you're in an active war zone every time you take off.
Yeah.
So they would take off, and they would you'd be like, wow, man, they're pretty. They're like, like you see an airliner take off, and they're like, and then these things were taking off, and they were going like this,
Yeah.
They were almost at like a 40, 35 degree angle instead of like a passenger liner at like a 25 degree angle. And then I saw an F-18, I think one before they took off, an F-18 took off, and then at the very end, an F-18 took off to escort, I think. I guess they were doing war games in the desert or whatever. Or doing routine shit. I don't know. Who knows? It was pretty cool to witness that, though.
You know what the AWAC is he's talking about, 2-4?
No.
That's the flying wing. He's got the plane that's got a dish up on top of the aircraft. AWAC is a radar system. And when they get up there, they've got a 200-mile, they can see in any direction for 200 miles. So nothing can sneak up on the fleet or also tell you, identify all the aircraft that's in the sky for 200 miles around them.
Okay.
Yeah, it has like a disc on top of it.
I think I've seen pictures of such a thing, but
Yeah.
That's what was taken. The 2 of those took off, and 2 F-18s took off, I think. I think that one of them may have been an F-35 or an F-22.
We got an Air Force base here in Nova Scotia, but they just fly paper airplanes out of there.
Yeah.
I know they got some helicopters over there. What they call them, Seahawks or something. Them things are breaking down constantly. Like our air fleet is really bad.
All the airplanes for the Nova Scotian Air Force is made over in Prince Edward Island at the Alpine Beer Factory.
Alpine Beer Factory.
Yeah. Oh, Alpine beer. Yuck.
Alpine beer, eh?
That's terrible, terrible stuff.
That show that Robin gave me, what was it called? Just Passing Through.
Yeah, I've never checked it out yet.
Yeah. Oh, you got to see. Hey, I got more fun. I watched all 6 episodes or 9 or whatever they was of it, and they never did make it to Alberta, but they got close. They ended up going back to Prince Edward Island.
I had a guy come in here this morning. He was picking his trailer up, and he was headed straight for British Columbia today. I said, "Oh, you're in for a hell of a ride going through Northern Ontario." He said, "I know. I'm not looking forward to it." It's like, "Oh, have fun, buddy. Hope you have a good trip."
Is it snowy and stuff out there in Ontario and northern portion? Is that?
Yeah, because when you travel across Canada, to stay in Canada and not enter the U.S., you're forced to go way up north in Ontario to stay on the Canadian side of the border. Then you can drop sulfur as you get through. After you get through Ontario, you can start dropping sulfur a little more southern anyway, along the Trans-Canada Highway. I've done the trip. I've done it in early October, and we experienced a lot of snow through northern Ontario. And then when we got to Alberta, going through Banff and coming into British Columbia at the border there, a little town called Golden, we had a lot of snow in through there. I was towing this trailer. I was in 4-wheel drive for at least 500-600 kilometers. Had the truck in 4-wheel drive, driving through 4 or 5 inches of snow, towing. Yeah, it was an experience. I'm sure he's going to have one going, because here we are in November, and he's headed there like today. I guess he was booking straight from here to there. So he's got a good 6 to 8 day drive ahead of him. We done it in 6 days, but we were averaging 1,000 kilometers a day. So
I'm going to British Columbia. I'll be there in December. I'm heading out on December the 1st or maybe earlier.
yeah,
Where my daughter works at Blaine, which is right across the border from
right in Washington there. Yeah,
yeah.
I know exactly where it is.
She works the Costco store there, and so we're going to go up and visit her, and she can get us across the border there. We got to probably have to get a passport, but she's got her passport and everything. But you know, Canadians and
just
Americans.
tell them you know me. They'll let you right in. Just say you know 2-4, they'll let you in, no problem.
I'll tell them. I say what she gets to go. She goes back and forth across the border a lot. You know, up in Vancouver, you can buy codeine across the counter. You don't have to have a doctor's prescription.
Up in Vancouver, you can buy anything you want very easily.
Yeah,
really. Any damn drug you want is on every corner, and you're allowed to have it. It's decriminalized in Vancouver. You walk down the street with a couple grams of coke in your pocket, and it's legal.
No problem.
It's unreal. It's another world out there in a lot of places around Vancouver. You go into the Lower East Side of Vancouver, and it's a completely different world.
Oh,
you
yeah.
think you entered
I don't think that would be good for me.
No, it wouldn't. It's not a good place for anyone like you or I. I know that.
Yeah. That would be like the guy coming up to me saying free acid every day.
Yep.
I was like, what did he say? I was like, that was like the last thing on the list. I would have thought that what was going to happen to me right then and there.
That's like you said when you were in Vegas, you were getting offered all kinds of shit, and you kept saying, just get away from me, leave me alone.
I mean,
want some coke? You want some this? You want some that?
It wasn't like every 5 minutes, but like daily.
Yep.
Daily. Like every night I would. Like every night I would be approached by a prostitute or I would be approached by a hustler who wants to sell blow or weed or something, you know.
My wife went to Vegas there, I don't know, it's probably 10 years ago or so. Her and her aunt went out. So while she was out there, she brought back a bunch of the hooker cards, all the little cards that the prostitutes give out. She brought back a bunch of them. I had them on my garage wall for a while. Thought it was a funny thing.
This prostitution in Las Vegas is pretty competitive. You know, they're competing for prices. You got one girl have a sign. She'd be walking there and she got a little change maker on her side. Waller for $1. Now that's pretty cheap.
Yeah, I mean, there was a pair of girls. There was a pair of girls one night. They looked like they were sisters. They were gorgeous. They were light-skinned black girls. And they asked me what I was doing. I was in my pajamas. I was like, I'm going to bed. They're like, you want us to tuck you in? I was like, oh, sweetheart, I would love for you to tuck me in, but I really got to go by myself. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't want to bring anything back from Vegas other than a couple
No,
of
yeah. I don't want nothing falling off. You know, nothing oozing.
How's that foot doing? Is it
burning.
getting any better? How's your foot doing? Is it getting any better, Sick?
I changed it today. It looks better. It doesn't look 100% better, but it looks like the wound is shrinking.
Good.
And the swelling and the redness has gone down, and it's like the area isn't turning black. It's kind of like it's like white around the edges and curving in like a cut should, like when it heals, you know?
Yeah.
So the antibiotics seem to be working, so that's good.
Oh, I said I wasn't going to do much of this today, but I'll have a beer since I'm sitting here talking to y'all.
Well, you know.
One ain't going to hurt.
You know, I've always wanted to be like a quality control inspector at the Mustang ranch.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a great idea.
Yeah. I'd be a good to help supplement my Social Security. I could do the product testing, you know, to make sure that you're getting the very best. When you spend your $9, you want to get all you can get for that $9. Don't tell me it's more than that now.
Oh, you can't. You gotta spend more than $9. You gotta. I mean, Jesus. Yeah.
Remember,
for over 30 years, I don't worry about that stuff.
Remember, I go back 5 or 6 decades, so price has changed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm good. I mean, I've never dabbled, to be honest.
No.
I mean, I've had I had bachelor parties, but it was like no.
See, they're a desert outlaw. That's the reason I would be good on the job. See, I've never been able to smell, and they're all smell roses for me. Oh yeah, there's a sweet rose right there.
Does that you not being able to smell, does that affect your taste any?
I think it does. They say it's. I do have a taster, but mine is not as acute as yours. In other words, you could probably, if you was eating bread, you could probably identify that if it's rye or wheat. Yeah. You know, I can't identify none of that stuff.
Probably
if you had peanut butters, I could not tell you one from another. I could tell you if it's crunchy.
Probably why you're able to eat all them hot peppers and stuff, because it ain't affected you. Not like it would you.
I don't ever smell them. Before I bite into them, I can't tell you this. Whoa, this is going to be a hot one. I don't know it till I bite into it.
Yeah.
You know, when we
there would be some good advantages to not being able to smell, though. I can think of a few advantages. You'd be able to go to an outhouse without it bugging you too much because you ain't smelling nothing anyway.
Yeah, but I would be worried about Pootie.
Yeah.
I'd be like, yo, Mac, how do you know if you need it? I listen. I want stuff finger licking good down there when I go down there. You understand me? Like, you need to be out of the shower and on the bed. I ain't playing that game. I ain't rolling those dice, bro.
No.
And you know what? I'm sorry, but you know that may take some spontaneity out of it. But let me tell you something. I'd rather be safe than goddamn sorry. And you know what? And I want this. I want to give that same respect to my significant other as well.
Let me tell you about
me if I'm stinky, inky. You know.
Yeah.
Let me tell you about. They developed the perfect douche for ladies. You know, like Even in Spring, and they got all those names. This one was made up from the chemical of alum, and a little bit from Timothy Leary and Colonel Sanders. And they advertised it on the box. It says, "Tight, out of sight, and finger licking good."
Nice. Tight, out of sight, and finger licking good.
Oh, damn it back.
That's fabulous, bro.
Yeah.
Oh man, that's great. Yeah, man, I've bailed on chicks. I was like, oh yeah, the rubber broke. Sorry, gotta go. See you later. Take care. All right, yeah. Thanks, bye.
Yeah, like you said, I ain't playing them games. Fuck that. Yep.
Honey, you could damage a man for life. What's the matter with you?
Yeah, that's true too.
Damage a man for life.
I met a little girl. She was from Mississippi, Yazoo City, Mississippi. And after we got acquainted a little while, I didn't know that she smoked. I did not know this. She was one of them closet smokers, cigarettes. And when we kissed, I literally felt a little lightheaded. I thought, wow, what an impact. I've never been kissed that the woman made me lightheaded. And then my sister says, you know, she smoked cigarettes. She said, I've seen her smoke before. And then later I found out she was smoking, but I was literally pulling the smoke out of her lungs, you know.
You were really
kissing
face
Mac.
with her, weren't you?
I was thinking about kissing seriously, man.
Yeah, man. Talk about mouth to mouth.
When I got through kissing her, she said, let me wring your lips out.
Yeah, let me wring
wring out your beard.
Yeah, she grew up to be a beautiful woman. I dated her when she was young. She had just graduated from high school. And she grew up to be a beautiful she was pretty then. My sister saw her 50 or 60 years later, and she had like 4 kids, married to a guy. She stayed married to him all the years. She was a pretty gal from Yazoo City, Mississippi. I met her in California. She was in love. I had a Plymouth Fury, and she was in love with my Fury. And that's how we got connected up. We went to a car show. I met her, and then we become friends for years.
Yeah. Well, I met my wife in school. Fucking, yeah, we were, I was 15 and she was 14 when we first met. We had some on and off times in the early years, but then we ended up getting married. And 31 years in so far, and she ain't killed me yet. She saved me once, but ain't killed me yet.
Yeah, you told us about how she saved your life.
Yeah. Amazing woman. She could have just stood there and said, I don't know what to do, and let me go, because I was already gone. Gone, baby, gone. But, oh
well. Sick, you notice when I told my alum joke, my lady evening douche, we had about 6 people and we're down to 3 now. They started running like rats when I started telling that joke.
That's great.
Yeah, that watch counter up there. I watch it when I'm not even on the live, when I'm just in the chat or whatever. It goes up and down like crazy all the time. It don't even make sense.
And it's not accurate, I tell you, because one time it showed 0 and there was 3 people in my room talking and it showed 0.
I don't think it counts anybody that's on screen. I think it's counting viewers. I think. I don't know. That's just my guess, right? Moto would know about that.
Yeah.
You want me to stream to my audience?
Sure.
How many people are in here? 3?
There is 3 right now. I can see. I think it's me and you, but there's 3 watching.
almost expected you to go live last night, Sick. I was kind of saying, I said to myself, I'll probably see a random live pop up. But
Hey, Stick, you know what a 69 is, don't you?
Yeah, Toucan Chew.
Yeah, oh, yeah. You know what a 71 is?
No.
That's a 69 of two people watching.
Oh, Mac, you killed me.
Oh, man. That's great.
I don't know where you come up with this shit. I can't remember what I had for breakfast this morning. You're popping out all these one-liners all the time.
Well, we used to work with a crowd of people. Here's the deal. I used to have to go down on the floor. We had a rule. The company said, there's 1,700 engineers up here, and we don't know what the problem is unless you go down on the floor. So they set us up a station down there, and every one of us had to rotate out of our little cubicles and go down on the floor. When I get down there, and they'd come running over, they go, "Hey, did you hear about the two salesmen and the bishop?" You know, there's always that joke, right?
Yeah.
And then I would take that joke back upstairs, and then they would have fresh new college-like material stuff, and I'd carry down and more elaborate story building jokes, you know, that I would bring from engineering. And they would gather around, and pretty soon the manager said, hey, looky, try to keep it no more than, when the engineer comes down, keep it down to two people, you and him. Because I would start drawing a crowd because we'd tell stories, you know, and they'd gather around to listen to the story from what the stories they had upstairs.
Well, everybody would rather stand around and listen to your stories than work, that's for sure.
Always. Yeah, they told me one time, they said, here's what they told me. Do not go down on the floor unless they call you. Because if I went down there on my own, it was like Jesus came back to Jerusalem, you know. I would walk in on the floor and the crowd would come running around. They wanted to get the latest jokes and stuff, you know. And yeah, they would just say, you only go down there when they call you. The phone stayed busy.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had a lot of fun. I used to go visit this old machinist. He was an old bearded old machinist guy. He was way past retirement age, but he didn't want to give up his job. And he told me, he said, today is sometime in May. He gave me I looked around, he didn't have a calendar nowhere. I said, how do you know the date is? He said, look over on that column of steel over there, and there was a nail hole or a screw came out of that metal. The sunbeam shined onto it, and he had measured all the spots, and he knew the dates and the seasons from where the sun was at. He put it on that column, and he said, yeah, today's April. You know, he could tell where it was at by where that light was at, if the sun was shining. He was something else. So I go over there, and up in engineer, they gave me a can. And what they did up in engineer, they had a little, like a salve can that you take the top off where it just twists off. And they had wrapped a paper clip inside the can with a rubber band. Then you put the lid down over the rubber band. And so you say, hey, I've got, and right on the label it says rattlesnake eggs. And I said, I've been carrying this can of rattlesnake eggs. And they said, they told me if I kept it in my hand, it would get warm. The eggs would eventually hatch. And I said, I've been carrying it all day long. I said, I don't hear anything. And the guy that I'll be telling this to, he said, I'd put it over and he'd lean his ear over, and I would twist that lid, and that rubber band would unwind itself of that paper clip inside that can. It'd go like a rattlesnake. Well, the guy would just scream, you know. Well, I did this to him. Oh, buddy. He started grabbing his chest. He said, you should not have done that. He said, I could go into cardiac arrest. I'm just barely hanging on here. I went, oh, my God. I never even thought, what if I killed the old man?
Yeah.
Oh, OC wanted to know what I missed. All right, so Sicky, you want to give a recap to OC there? What he missed?
What he missed? You know, anarchy, mayhem,
Debauchery.
debauchery,
Yeah.
the usual stuff. You know, the usual Monday morning chit chat.
Yeah. Normal stuff.
Listen, yep, shit, today is Monday, ain't it?
Well, we know the price of prostitution.
You know, inflation has infected that.
I'm an old guy. I thought it was still around $9, and the youngest man on the block would be the Desert Outlaw, and he said it's like $1,000 a night.
Yep.
God damn.
That sounds
$1,000 a
accurate.
night. Holy God.
Yeah.
And listen to this. I've had divorces. If you break it down, that divorce number 4, it was thousands of dollars for every throw. I ain't kidding you.
Oh yeah.
If you count all the times that you finally made a connection with her, and you can figure out what it cost you during the 8 years you was together, for every time that you had the moment to sleep with her, what it would cost, and it was a fortune. So, them prostitutes keep themselves looking good too. They're always looking fine.
That is crazy. $1,000 a night? Oh my fuck.
$1,000.
Well, I mean, look how much a divorce costs, and look how much a marriage costs, and a house, and kids, and all that other shit.
Oh yeah. You know, before I would pay $1,000, I'd just take matters in my own hand.
Exactly. I was just saying, I would rather jerk off.
Yeah. Exactly. No.
Hell with everybody.
It's $100 just for a reach around.
Yeah, for Christ's sake.
I'll reach around myself and go buy a box of beer with my $100.
Exactly.
Yeah. You'd go get you a 6-pack, a 2-4 of Alpine.
No Alpine, Mac.
He's against Alpine.
I've drank that putrid stuff when I was a kid. That's. I'll have to go get a can of it somewhere and mail it to you and watch you drink it. Or you won't taste it anyway. What am I talking about?
I would taste it, but my taster wouldn't be the same as yours.
Yeah.
So they called and confirmed the appointment for Wednesday the 6th to look at my foot again.
Oh.
So that's good.
Just 2 days
When
away.
you going back to the DMV? You doing that this week?
I don't know. So the latest excuse is she's having corporate come down to the property this week. She doesn't know if they're coming down Monday or Tuesday or Thursday and Friday. So it's like excuse after excuse after excuse. It's like, let's do it already. Now I got the paperwork. Let's go.
Yeah.
And I told her, I was like, listen, sorry, but you got to come pick me up. I was like, I ain't riding down there with a sock and a boot on my one foot.
No, that ain't no way to be riding, especially with your left foot. You're trying to shift and whatnot now.
Well, I mean, I went to the store and shit like that, and I was shifting all right, but I'm not going 70, 80 miles an hour down 75 either. I can run around town like that. That's not a big deal. But I can't be going down 45 minutes down 75 with no shoe on. You gotta be kidding me. You know, God forbid she go out of her way, you know?
Yeah. Don't sound like she's making it easy for you.
Well, she's not. And then every time I bring it up, she's like, you're welcome for the van. I'm like, go fuck yourself.
And what's the van actually worth at the end of the day? How much could you sell that thing for if you were going to sell it? Like
privately, maybe $1,000.
Yeah, so. Yeah.
I'm the kind that has always had to pay too. Yeah, none of it's free. I'm telling you, even though you got a marriage, they say, well, I mean, once you settle down with a good woman, All right, then she's got to have her own car, and then the babies start coming, and then all of a sudden they need their car, and then
Yeah.
your wife all the time is just
Yep.
paying and paying.
Yeah, I've done it
You know,
for years.
I put tires on that car, on the van. I put a friggin' power steering pump in it. I put a friggin' belts on it. I put friggin' brakes in it, and then she's saying I should be grateful. I was like, I should be grateful.
Tips or tires, it's going to cost dollars.
I was like,
anything
why should
fun's
I
going
be
to cost
grateful?
money. Anything fun, Salty, you're going to pay for it. If you have fun with tires and tits, well, that's what's going to cost you. You want
Back
to go
during my-
RVing or boating, that's what's going to cost you.
Back during my days, we used to like the wide oval tires, the big tire, and you relate that to a woman's breast, I mean, more money, so it's all relatable.
Yeah, funny how that is, eh?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
I guess them girls have a lot of upkeep, all them pretty suits they have to wear, the clothes and stuff. Keep themselves looking good all the time.
And then women say, "Oh, I'm not about money," but then when you don't have any money, all of a sudden they seem like they're about money.
Oh,
Yeah, there's a lot of them like that.
Money doesn't matter to me. Oh, okay. We'll see about that.
Yeah. I was always the bread earner in our family until, I don't know, my boys were probably mid-teens when the wife started going back to work, and then I had my health problems after that. Now I basically don't work, and she's the bread earner, so we kind of flip-flopped here for us. But
that happens.
Oh well.
That's right.
I mean, she didn't work 3 out of the 5 years that we were together.
Yeah.
I had an income every month.
Yeah. No, we decided when we were young that she wasn't going to work. It was a decision made. It wasn't just a luck. We decided because we were going to have kids, and I didn't want my kids being raised by some babysitter somewhere. I wanted mom looking after the boys. And so that's back when I was drilling water wells. I was on the road all the time, going drilling, and she was home taking care of the house and taking care of the boys. I was living a lot like a trucker lifestyle back then. And then when I started driving truck, I was home every night because I got a local job driving dump trucks, and so I was home every night once I started driving truck. But
did you drive a tri-axle dump truck?
I had a tandem dump truck with a tri-axle dump trailer. It had what we call a pup trailer up here. They had a real long tongue on them, and then tri-axle with a dump box on it. Drove them around. That's what I operated. Mostly anyway. There was a lot of just tandem dump truck work too, but yeah. Can't say I really miss it, especially with the way friggin' the city's getting around here. The traffic is all jumbled up every time someone farts. There's a traffic jam, and yeah, can't say I miss it.
Yeah, that sounds like a mess.
I have a son that he does oil explorations. He's got a Peterbilt truck, a 10-wheeler, that he drives out to a site wherever they send him to, and he does these soundings, and he can pick up the echo from the oil pool or the oil sand, and he's always doing sounding. He was telling me about, in fact, I went to one of the sites they was drilling, and they go down like 6,000 feet, and then they turn and they can drive the thing over 18,000 feet over into the pool. I mean, I couldn't believe the distance they're running horizontal to the ground.
Yeah, directional drilling. They can run them down so far, right straight.
He's got GPS on his cutter head, and they can steer the thing,
Yeah. Yeah, they do that a lot in the oil patch. Well, anything to do with drilling oil, they do that a lot. Hey, Desert, what's up, man?
Yeah, let me know if you guys need the menu link to the Mustang Ranch.
No, I don't need no goddamn link to that.
His old ticker wouldn't handle it. But I think I can go 2 rounds.
Well, my old ticker's only operating on 31%, so.
Yeah, I didn't think about that. Heart explode.
A couple of them young ones, oh yeah, I'd be all wound up. Next thing, my defibrillator would be kicking and going off and giving me jolts.
They take you to your room and they come in and say, "Sir, all we have is a spinner. Will she be okay?"
Yeah.
He's gonna die, man. He's gonna die.
But the wife hasn't killed me yet, so I don't know. She gives me stress tests all the time.
It does scare you right now while in the throes of passion, your wife reaches up and checks your pulse.
Yeah.
He's alive. Yeah, he's still alive.
Oh, she know I'm alive.
Oh. Well, we got to watch the Sick this morning and make us some French toast, I believe it was.
Yeah, French toast. That was delicious.
There was a couple of guys in here. They got so angry because it took you so long to make the French toast. They threw the chairs through the Waffle House window.
Yeah.
I don't know why they're so ghetto. I like them. They're good if you get them on a good day.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, we've been to some really serious ghetto Waffle Houses. You get up in Birmingham, you get close to Birmingham, you had just better watch where you're sitting. You know, it could come down at a moment's notice.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't have Waffle House up here. We got some breakfast joints, but we don't have Waffle House.
Do you have IHOP?
Yeah, I think there is a couple of them around.
Back in Jersey, right before I left, IHOPs were closing down. All the diners that used to be around were closing down. All because of COVID.
Yeah.
Yeah, all the small family-owned joints, they all
diners, man, the
disappeared.
truck stops, everything.
That sucks. Those are my favorite spots.
Yeah, the old school joints where the old school guys are the like the old cooks on the ships that would that cook at those joints, you know.
Yeah, there's very few of them left around here. There's a couple that survived all the COVID bullshit, but yeah, for the most part, all of the small mom and pop restaurants and diners, them are gone.
Yeah, they're all gone. Not all of them. There's a few here and there, but it's like far and few between.
Well,
I used to be able to walk out with a $6 plate, have biscuits, gravy, pancake, sausage, bacon, bowl of fruit, orange juice, coffee. You get the whole shebang, $6. It seemed like.
Yeah,
I've never driven a goose.
I remember me and the wife were sitting in New Hampshire. We were just out. I think we were just outside of Laconia. This was 2015, and biscuits and gravy ain't a thing up here. Like nobody has that. We're sitting in this diner, and this big old boy comes in. And he bellies up to the diner. He sits down, and he asks for. He said, "I need me some biscuits and some gravy." My wife fucking took to laughing, and the whole restaurant was wondering what she was laughing at, because she was laughing like she had 7 hits of acid dumped into her.
My story I have for chasing ghosts over there. Many a time you'd go up into the yard and they'd have you a lowboy or something with a spread axle, and they'd have it loaded with like an excavator, a big old track thing on it, and 6 inches of the track hanging off the side.
Yeah.
You have to back to get out because other trucks were inconsiderate. You know, they would pull up in there, and when you start sliding around, peel that tire right off the rim. Oh, make it so damn mad because you got a logbook. You've already started your logbook. You've peeled the tire off. Now you got to get somebody out there to service your rig, and it's got to be a special service rig to be able to lift all that weight and everything.
I used to move a lot of construction equipment around, big excavators and rollers and dozers, and it was you had to watch how you were cutting stuff around when you had all that weight sitting on that deck.
Oh yeah, and if you when you're hauling, if you're gonna have a tire, it's gonna go loose. It'll be the inside tire.
Always.
Always.
Yep.
I used to drive a straight job, an international, with high lows and a split rear.
Yep.
So I guess it was what, a 13 speed or a 15 speed or something? Probably a 13 speed. And triaxle, Spider. And the heaviest I ever had that thing was I had Anchor wall stone, the biggest wall stone they made and the heaviest wall stone they made. Double skid stacked the entire length of the triaxle, front to back. And I weighed in at like 77.5, and I think I was rated for 85. It was stupid. I was like, dude. I saw the numbers. I was like, dude.
Yeah, when I was hauling gravel and stuff, we'd pull overweight a lot of times. If we knew the scales were shut down or it was a holiday or something like that, I'd load that truck and trailer up ungodly. We had double cheater boards on the boxes. We'd load them right up. Like, I think we were allowed to be, this is all metric measurements now, though, but we were allowed to be, I think it was 57 metric ton, basically. And we were rolling out of that quarry sometimes at close to 70,000, like just crazy. Yeah. Had to bulk dump bodies loaded right as much as you could load them.
Yeah, I was just under, because they wouldn't let me leave the yard because the tickets were so much money. They would never let me leave the yard overloaded.
Yeah, well, we were all owner-operators, and we were hauling ton miles, so the more we loaded, the more we got paid for that trip, right? And we were hauling locally a lot of times. It would be a short jaunt from the rock quarry to wherever the job site was when we would load heavy. If we had any distance to go, you wouldn't, because it's too hard on the gear if you went, you were going 100 miles away or something.
Yeah.
But, yeah, a lot of that shit I can't even remember. It's like the weights I can't remember. So I'd have to relook at it all. It's just I lost a lot of memory when I had my issues. The wife could show me photo albums where I'm standing in the goddamn picture and I can't remember that being there or that picture being taken or anything.
That's crazy.
But then there's other shit I remember that makes no sense. So I don't know.
Yeah, there's no rhyme or reason.
No. No.
Yeah, we have a lot of old stories of hauling heavy equipment, but there was so many things. One time we took a load up to Indiana, and it was raining so hard, and I had to take this out on this long dirt road and out across this field. And I got out there, and we got the equipment off, the excavator off there, and they all took off. They pulled the excavator off, and they went over there and got in a four-wheel drive truck, and they all took off. Well, I'm out in the field. I'm doing my logbook. The guy signed my bill of lading. I'm doing my logbook. I can't pull out of my tracks. I'm sitting there. I don't have no traction. I have everything turned on. Everything's locked up. I can't even get out of my track. I sat there for like 4 hours waiting for them to come back. I had nobody. You didn't have cell phones in those days.
No.
I had to wait for the crew to come back before, and they went to the car and they came back all liquored up because they had to help me get out of there. They had to hook up and tow me out of they had a 1 ton or a dually, whatever, and they put chains on it and it was able to help me get out of the mud field.
Yeah, sometimes it don't take much to get you moving. I've been hauling or in construction sites and always getting stuck in different spots. And yeah, sometimes I've been pulled out by half tons even. I've seen one time there, just perfectly level, sitting there. I just couldn't catch traction. Same thing. Had everything locked up, couldn't get nothing. I had 2 half tons hooked on the front of me, one each tow hook on the front bumper. They got me out. They got me rolling. So.
Yeah, see, I'd say it just depends on whether you got a ball in the bed or it's the actual fifth wheel slide. If it's a ball in the bed, you'll have to usually climb in there to chain it up and do the latch. But if you have the fifth wheel slide, it's a little bit less. It's a little bit less tedious. But those newer ones, even 4 years ago, they're usually electronic now to lift and raise the feet and lower the feet, so you won't be cranking. But even when I was like 15, when we had that 40-foot, we had another 38-foot, had tons of gooseneck horse trailers. I mean, I was been able to crank it, so it wasn't like too heavy, too much work. Then they're just a lot safer than the bumper pole. At that weight.
The fifth wheel is definitely more user friendly. Like you said, you ain't jumping in the box to do up safety chains and all that. Jumping up on deck to do your safety chains. Fifth wheel, you just snap her in and you're good to go. Tells you how much trust is put into a fifth wheel, because there are no safety chains when you tow a fifth wheel.
No,
but any a bumper pole or a friggin' gooseneck, they want safety chains. It's mandated to us, so kind of tells you which one's way safer.
It's almost worth to pay the extra $1,000 to get that slide put in the bed.
Yeah.
What does Ray ride? Does he have a ball or does he have a fifth wheel?
No, he's got the fifth wheel.
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah. You can put a gooseneck ball onto a lot of RVs. There's attachments you can take the fifth wheel snap. I don't ever see the advantage to it. I like this trailer here. I always pulled. It's a fifth wheel. Now I wouldn't think of changing it to a gooseneck. I've hauled this thing, Christ, probably 30,000 kilometers. I hauled this trailer so far.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Man, yeah, me and my buddy picked up a boat in San Diego, and that thing came right off the ball on the highway.
Damn.
Went right up and over the bed. Once we stopped, seen it. Ah, shit.
Smoking,
that was a little boat.
Smoking wasn't involved in your hooking up, was it?
Oh, it was. There was a bong in there.
Yeah. We went a couple of 100 miles away from here one time and with an enclosed car trailer to pick up Shelby up in New Brunswick. We got the car loaded into the trailer. We had to unhook and run and get, what the hell was it? The light cord. The light cord got chafed on our way up. We had to unhook the trailer and run and get. We came back. We hooked back up. We only got a couple miles down the road. Didn't that damn trailer come unhooked? Wasn't for the safety chain, she'd have been gone. We didn't damage too much. I bent the tailgate and the bumper on the truck a bit. We had a F-350 towing it. It bent up the bumper and tailgate a little bit when it came unhooked. The hitch came up and it was smacking the friggin' tailgate and the bumper. But it didn't hurt the car inside the trailer, and it didn't frig things up too bad. But yeah, that's what happens when you're in a rush trying to hook up and figure you're good, but you weren't good.
Mm-mm.
She wasn't quite down on the ball enough, and we had to lock on, obviously, but it was locked high. You know what I mean? We were high off the ball. We locked center ball. But yeah. Oh well, you live and learn. Shit happens.
Just so you know, if you freeze Charleston chews and then bite them, they shatter in your mouth.
Damn, if I'd done that, my teeth would shatter with it.
They're awesome. And it doesn't take any effort. It's not like it's like a hard crunch. It's just like a little bit of pressure and they just shatter.
Christ, I got up this morning and I said, I'm going to try not to smoke today. I took one of them nicotine pouches and that thing, it starts to freaking work, and it damn near made me puke. I was like, holy God. So then I grabbed a cigarette.
Yeah.
I got to try and quit again, though. Jesus.
I want one once a day, really, really, really bad. And I noticed that most of the time it's when I'm bored, I got nothing to do, and there's nothing on or whatever, and I'm just sitting here like you know.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, wow, it'd be great to have one. And then usually, like, if it persists, like, because usually, like, a couple of minutes will go by and then, like, it'll go away. You know, like, I'll start looking for something else, or, like, the thought will fade or whatever happens. You know, I don't know what the hell happens. Like, I don't even know why they come and go. They come and go like at any time of the day. It doesn't even matter. But it seems like it's like usually in the afternoon. You know, I almost stopped drinking coffee because it was getting so bad. And I love coffee. Like, I drink
Anytime
coffee.
I try to quit smoking, I always found it was worse first thing in the morning. I'd get out of bed and make my coffee and whatnot and sit down with that coffee, and I'd be just jonesing for a cigarette.
Yeah. I would wake up, I'd have a cigarette. I would make a cup of coffee, I would have my second cigarette.
Yep.
You know, and then like I would get on the bike, I would have a cigarette. I'm waiting for the bike to warm up. I would get to my destination, I'd have a cigarette. I just got off the bike.
Yep. I feel
it was like habit after habit. It was like routine after routine after routine. Like I trained myself when I was going to have all my cigarettes.
Yeah.
Before
I was like that, especially when I was driving truck. Christ, I was smoking 2 packs a day when I was driving truck. And same thing. You get loaded, light a smoke. You dump a load, you light a smoke. Even though it was only 6, 7 minutes, 8 minutes, 10 minutes in between, you light a smoke.
But the only way you realize that is when you stop.
Yeah.
Because you start to realize that, wow, normally I would be having a cigarette right now, or, you know, or whatever. Like you would realize how much of a slave in your head you were to the habit.
It's like
at least
morning,
for me, it did that. And I would get pissed off at myself. I'm like, wow, you're so weak.
Yeah.
You know, and
I get up, I make my coffee. I have 3 cigarettes with that first cup of coffee. Christ, how long does it take to drink a cup of coffee? So I'm lighting them back to back. I'm putting one out, and it's like 30 seconds later, I'm lighting another one.
Yeah.
It's like I'm trying to catch up for the nicotine I missed while I was sleeping.
Exactly. Exactly. Yeah. And then I noticed, like, because I couldn't afford to smoke Newports at one point. Like, I had to switch. I had to cut down to, like, and I was like, how much are 305 menthols? And they were, like, half the price.
Some L&Ms.
Yeah. I just buy the normal Canadian cigarettes here, but I go to an Indian reserve we got just around the corner. It's only a few minutes away, and I get them for half price down there at least.
That's
There's
great.
a pack of cigarettes in the store. Like, there they are there. It's a 25 pack of smokes. 25 cigarettes in it. At the store, they're $23 for one pack. So I get them for about $11.50 down there on the reserve.
Wow,
that ain't bad.
Well, what cigarettes cost down there, Sick? They're damn cheaper than they are here. I know they are.
Cigarettes, like a pack of Newport, is like $9-10.
Is it that much? I didn't even think it'd be that much.
$9.50, $9. Like if you
Yeah,
can get it under $9, that's a deal.
I know
American
my buddy
spirits
there,
are like 11. Sorry.
But like I used to smoke 305s, and they were half the price. They were like $4.50, $4.25 a pack. And like what were you saying, Outlaw? Spirits?
Spirits are like 11, 12.
Yeah.
They used to be cheaper, man. I'd say like 10 years ago, 11 years ago, they'd be like $6, $7.
Yeah.
I know when I was down in Maine and New Hampshire, I was buying cigarettes down there. You go in the store, and they'd have three packs done up with an elastic band, and the 3 packs was cheaper than 1 pack was back here.
Hey, you guys, give OC a little bit more input there. He's wanting to know fair enough so a fifth wheel would be better. Is that the consensus?
What's that? I can't see the comments. So.
Oh, I'm sorry. The OC wanted to know. Said fair enough. So the fifth wheel would be better if you're out shopping. So are you guys suggesting the fifth wheel would be better?
They're theoretically all gooseneck trailers, but the receiver type would be better for the fifth wheel receiver type, but not the ball.
Yeah.
Well, it depends what type of trailer he's talking about.
That too.
Kind of varies into it. Is it a construction trailer? Is it a horse trailer? Is it an RV? Is it?
Here's
it's a trailer.
RV.
37-foot gooseneck, 4 years old.
Yeah, you can drop it and then take the truck to run your errands.
Exactly. That's why I bought the fifth wheel when we done it. I was thinking about a motor home, but we looked at everything. I was planning this for 2 years, so and we looked at every type of configuration there is and what we wanted to buy, and we ended up settling for the fifth wheel, and I'm glad we did.
So what size you got 2-4?
I got a 40-foot fifth wheel.
40-foot fifth wheel.
That's all you need.
That's all I need. I've been in it now since 2020. We bought this October 2020, and
Yeah.
I love it. It's an easy way for me to live on my income now since I got shoved out of work, and just for what I have to work, this allows me to live a pretty good life.
Yeah, it's new construction.
What is your park? What is your park per month? Where you're staying in long-term parking. What is it? What?
I don't pay for it.
Oh, how do you get away? Oh, because you're doing the caretaking.
Yeah, I'm like so-called groundskeeper.
I got you.
But yeah, I get. I don't pay no rent. And I don't pay no electricity.
Oh, that helps a lot right there, buddy.
My trailer's bought. My trailer's bought and paid for. My wife's vehicle is bought and paid for. The only payment we got is I got a payment on my Harley and insurances and cell phones. So it allows me to be able to eat and still get my medication and afford a little gas for the bike. If we still had a house, like if we were to rent a place or had kept our house, the payments would just have us broke all the time. I would definitely not been able to buy another bike and wouldn't have no fun money, so to speak.
Yeah, life's about enjoying life. That's why more people need to live like that. Just live within your means. That way you're still making profit. Now you can still go out and do what everybody else wants to do.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. I got friends of mine that in houses and they shake their head. They don't understand how. They say, I don't know how you can even afford to get a Harley. I'm like, fuck. I said, you're paying for that great big box that's holding a great bunch of stuff that you don't fucking need.
Yeah, you really don't.
Sorry, Mac. I'll throw a toonie in the swear jar for me, Mac.
There we go. I got somebody's already sweetened the pot. You can see.
Yeah. But no, it worked out good for me. We wanted to travel a bit, and I didn't know what my health was going to do when we made the decision. So I said, hell, I feel good right now. Let's buy an RV and travel the country. We got across Canada and back twice.
Wow.
And I kind of made friends with the family that owns this RV park. Kind of made friends with them, and they knew my situation through sitting around the campfire drinking. They got to know my situation, and me and him worked out a deal where I stay here and I help his daughter look after the place. And
yeah, that's perfect.
it all worked out good. Works out good for them. Works out good for me because I'm not allowed to get a job. I can't make any money, so
yeah,
it'll mess with my pension, right?
You guys got a term in Canada. They use it over there at Prince Edward Islands when you're getting that good government money. What's that called when you get
Oh, you're talking about Pogey.
Pogey, yeah, Pogey. I love it.
Unemployment insurance, yeah, we call it Pogey up here.
Pogey. I laughed my head off. When we was watching that, she reminds me every once in a while about the Pogey.
Yeah. Yeah, the old Pogey system. People have been calling it that for years. I don't even know where that come from. It's the term that's used for the unemployment insurance.
Yeah, it seems to be a commonplace term because I've seen it used before.
Yeah, people right across the country use it. Nobody says I'm on unemployment insurance. They always say, oh, I'm on the Pogey right now. They basically just saying I'm in between jobs, but I'm on the Pogey.
Well, I loved it on that Just Passing Through where the two boys was trying to spread their Pogey and get more bigger bang for their buck by getting all the way over in Alberta versus living in Prince Edward Island, They was going to get them a job and get off the Pogey, Port Pogey.
I'll have to check that show out sometime. I'm not much for watching TV, but I might have to try and look and see if I can stream that one.
Look at that. Look at here. Look what it's like over in Thailand. Look, $2.40 here in Bangkok for smokes. $58 for the same cigarettes in Australia. Woo!
Oof. That's what Dave was saying, man. He was, I was like, how much? Yeah, we're asking how much the cigs go down there, and they were like $40-$50 a pack.
Yeah, I noticed he rolls his own out of a pouch and a pack of papers.
Yeah.
That probably still is expensive to do that as well.
Yeah, that's too pricey.
So every 6 months doubles in price.
I remember when I was a young fella, I said, "Oh, damn, when the cigarettes hit $3 a package, I'm quitting." Well, $3 a package was a long friggin' time ago now.
That's just hard to believe, the price of tobacco. Wow.
Oh, booze up here is the same thing. I go get a 36-pack of beer, 36-pack of Coors Light for $69.
Oh, kidding. Wow.
It's $12 a 12-pack down here.
Yeah, I know. I got a buddy of mine that goes down to Lakeland, Florida. Actually, he's leaving in a couple of weeks to head down there. He's got a place he stays for the winter. He owns.
That's by me, Lakeland.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, he goes down there. He's leaving a couple of weeks. He sent me pictures of the dollar store down there. 15 beer for $8. He said, "You need to come down here. You got to get down here." He said, "This is the place for you."
Mail you some.
Yeah.
God.
Mail you a $80 keg.
No, it's not that close. It's like 2 hours and 20 minutes south of me.
Yeah. Where's Forgotten
more
Angels
close-
at? Ain't that somewhere close to Lakeland?
It's close to. It's close. It's very close to Forgotten Angel.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
It's like right near. It's. I think Valero. That's where they
yeah.
are.
Yeah.
Valerico or Valar.
Yeah, my buddy keeps bugging me to fly down there during the winter months and spend a week or two there. I don't know. I gotta get my passport redone here soon. He keeps bugging me about that. Did you get the passport done yet? Did you get your fucking passport? He wants me to fly down and spend a couple weeks during the winter while he's down there and check it out. But I haven't done it as of yet.
Man, that would be something. That'd be a, Dave.
Well, if I get down there, Sick will have to ride down to Lakeland.
Well, Dave is coming over in March, and that'd be a good opportunity to go down and see your buddy.
Yeah.
Get to see a whole big gang of YouTubers.
Yeah, he'll have fun if he comes to the March camp out, man.
If I still had a camper, that would be probably something I'd like to do. I just can't sleep on the ground. I'd have to get me a hotel somewhere, and then drive over and then drive back or whatever.
Yeah, my days of sleeping in a tent are long gone. That's no. Like you said,
Yeah,
I'd get in
bro.
a motel, or I'd rather sleep in the back seat of a vehicle than sleep in a tent.
The last two campouts before this one, I slept in a tent on the ground. Was not happy.
No, I don't imagine you were. Fuck, you're the same age as me pretty much, so no, I bet you didn't feel too good about it.
Yeah, I'm not. It's not a good time, bro.
Sleeping on the air mattress helps a lot as far as laying down, but you still got to get up off the floor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have a Insta tent, so like you can't stand up in my tent.
Yeah, you're sitting down trying to put your pants on and shit.
Yeah, like everything.
Last
tell you-
tent I had was a 10-man tent. It was only me and my wife, but I wanted something I could at least stand up in.
Yeah. You know, you don't realize how much your toes, what a role they play. When you go get up off the floor, your toes kind of grip in. And when your toes are numb and you can't feel how much grip, Sick can tell you that is a horrible feeling trying to get up off the floor, not knowing how much pressure you got on your toes. And
Yeah, just the same thing as if your foot's asleep or whatever, and you try and get, yeah, I know exactly what you mean.
yeah, let's hope your feet never go numb.
Oh. Yeah, it's annoying.
I'm constantly always rubbing my feet, hoping magically one day that I would actually rub the nerves and get them back in the right place, and the feeling to go back in my toes, and all the muscles work. I can actually make them work. So they got to be nerves down in there to tell the toes to move.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just a nerve of the surface feeling of your toes you can't feel.
My feet are always cold. My
Oh yeah,
hands
my feet are always cold. Even Christ, it could be a super hot night where you get the AC running in here, but I get in bed, put my feet anywhere near my wife, should near jump out of the bed like you just threw a bag of ice on her.
Yeah.
My feet are always cold.
Always cold, bro.
And then when it is cold out, it really sucks because I'm so used to my feet feeling cold anyway. They get extremely cold, and I don't even realize it.
I hate it when my feet get cold.
Yeah, cold feet. You're cold. If your feet are cold, you're cold.
Yep. I know my mama used to have a thing when we was kids. She'd say, "Put some socks on your feet." You know, she hated it when she wore shoes without socks. Get them socks on.
Yeah.
Put some clothes on. Put a shirt on. Put a sweatshirt on. Put sweatpants on.
Later, Frog.
Later, Frogzilla. Take care, man.
We see you, buddy.
Yeah, I broke my ankle and my heel bone, and this right foot's freaking toes are numb all the time. I think it's just because when the bone grew back, it pinched a nerve or something.
Yeah, it's got a little nerve damage somehow.
Yeah.
Right, you're a young fella yet too. What are you again? You're just in your late 20s, is that right?
Yeah, 27.
Yeah,
I broke in my back, man. I freaking broke my foot, all my fingers, fucking.
Same age as my youngest son.
Yeah. Tell him to take care of himself. I didn't.
No, he's probably worse than you.
I've broken my foot, my nose, my collarbone twice.
Collarbone too.
I've broken ribs.
Yeah, I've had broken ribs. My wife broke them.
I broke my hand. This digit doesn't even move anymore.
That's all I got with that
My
one.
left hand quite a few different times. I had broken knees.
Yeah, that's pretty bent there, Mac.
Yeah, that was one of them deals. We was in Morton, Washington, and a logger grabbed me by the arm. He's a big old guy. I mean, he pulled me around. When he did, that fist right here went into his mouth, and it broke my finger. I cut his tongue all the way on the bottom of his teeth, and that tongue was flapping down here like that, and blood just squirting out of his tongue. And then they take me up into the camp, and the guy was a Navy SEAL, and he tried to set my finger. He said, "There you go, I got you all fixed up." And then he took 2 sticks and some Band-Aids and wrapped my finger up, and you can see how it turned out.
Yeah.
Well, better than his both by the sound of things.
Ow.
Oh, we used to ride our bikes, and we'd go down there, and the 2 things that don't mix good is bikers and loggers.
Yeah.
They're 2 different worlds altogether. That's kind of like bikers and truckers live in 2 different worlds, but they kind of united lately. But in the old days, man, you run across a logger, and the logger was ready to fight. He was like an old drunken sailor, a logger was. He was always ready to fight.
Yeah. My left hand, I broke it a few times when I was young, and now it's accessible to being broke, basically. Last time I broke it, I don't know, it's probably 15, 20, might be 20 years ago. I was hanging out in this place, and it was, it's like a bar setting, let's say. Almost like a bar. It was, and I was hanging out, the guy grabbed me, so almost same as you, grabbed me from behind and swung me around. I freaking hauled off and give it to him. Here he had a full-face motorcycle helmet on, and I broke that hand all to the rock.
Oh.
I didn't even get a look at him before I was swinging. Like he spun me around. I was just, I'm left-handed, so I give it to him with the bad hand. Yeah, fucker had a full-face motorcycle helmet on.
You run your belt inside that helmet, but you ain't going to break that helmet.
No, it broke my hand. Trust me.
I had a wreck over in Moses Lake. I had a full bell helmet on. I was on a quad racer. It was a really hot 250 2-stroke engine, and I went off the face of the dune. And when they finally got me, I had broken my helmet. I broke my skull right here. I broke my jaw right there, and I broke my collarbone, and I broke my leg here, down pretty close to where I broke the last time, but I didn't know, but I broke my femur all at the same time. So they took me to the hospital, and I broke 7 of my ribs on my chest, but it crushed that damn Bell helmet, and I'm still alive. Can you imagine if I hadn't had the helmet on, I could have died that day.
Oh, absolutely.
I don't know how much impact the helmet takes to break it, but it tore that helmet up good because I landed down there on the floor of the desert from way up yonder from the top of the dune.
Yeah.
So that was in 1985. That was July the 4th, 1985.
That's just, I was just 15 then.
I was itching my dad's nuts.
Yeah, you wouldn't have been born to what, 97 or so.
Mm-hmm.
You know, somebody mentioned you know, when he's talking about 27 years old. When I was 27, it was a what was it? 1967. The Vietnam War was going when I was 27. Tet Offensive occurred that winter of the year that I turned 27.
Tet Offensive, I remember. I don't remember that, but
I was 27.
my dad was there.
Yeah, I was born 70, so 27 would have been 97. I was already married at that point. Had kids were born, obviously. My youngest boy was born same year as Desert. And, yeah. It's crazy. My kids look at me now and they say, geez, I can't imagine. When you were at my age, you were marriid, you had kids. And now they say, I don't know how you did it.
Yeah, I'll be on my second wife.
Really?
Yeah, I got married at 18. Fucking bought a house out in California.
God, damn, what's the matter with you,
Really?
kid?
Dude, yeah,
How
and
long
then
did that last?
a few years. And then I took off because I want to do what I want to do. You know what I mean? I was like, there's women to be had.
You gotta find the
things to
right
do.
girl.
Oh yeah.
I do what I wanted to do. It's a wonder my wife stayed with me all these years. 'Cause I put her through hell. I was bad into the coke for quite a few years and frigging
Yeah,
around
same.
and being an animal and everything that goes with that. And
You know,
hanging
find
out,
a good girl.
hanging out in the wrong places. And
Church. Go to
What's the
church.
other thing, Seth?
Find a good girl in church.
I can't hear him. He's shouting something.
Yeah, I got big in trouble. I was stealing cars from the back airport parking lot and reselling them, and then I got pretty much kicked out when I was 15. But I mean, I always worked for myself. Really, I was always ranching and just traveled around, rodeoed real hard. Then I got into all the drugs and started doing a whole bunch of blow and smoking it, and I don't know, man. I was like, fuck, just moving too fast for no reason. And now these days, I just kick it. I'm like, I minimize all my risks.
Yeah, I didn't drop all the hard drugs until Christ. I was probably 37 or 38 the last time I just woke up one day and said, "The hell with this! Enough is enough."
Yeah.
But yeah, I done
started
it for
real
years
young.
from the time I was in my early 20s to probably till I was 37. Fucking a lot of coke, a lot of crack.
Yeah.
I didn't never
Anything
really
to get
done.
your
I
hands
never
on?
done any heroin or any of these new fandangle shit. But
No.
I have had a lot of fucking days on coke. But
Yeah, a little
For
crack.
every negative, there's a positive. See, you got married at 18, and now you're on. You already had 2 wives. Okay, my brother got married at 18, and he's still with her 60 years later.
See, that's good. I have a
got
buddy the
married.
same thing. They're freaking been together forever.
I
Yeah,
got married I was 23 when we got married, and we've been together, married 31 years now.
wow.
Yeah, that's good.
So it's a wonder that girl, she stayed with me because, like I said, I put her through hell. I'd be gone for a week run off hanging out in bike clubs and everything that goes with that. She wasn't stupid. She knew what was going on, but
I got married on my first wife I got married to on All Saints Day, November 2nd.
Dang.
Well,
And that was 25 years ago. 20-something years ago.
yeah.
Wait, hold on. Alexis was born in 89. I mean 98. I always do that. 98 she was born. Or 99. It's on my arm.
Time goes by. Oh, you got a little calendar on your arm?
98. No, she was born in 98 because my best friend died in 98 and he held her in his arms 3 months after she was born. And so I know, that's how I know the year of my daughter being born was 98. And then Eric was born 2 years after that. In 2000.
Yeah.
Well, as
Yeah,
as you get older, you look back. Out of the 5 marriages, marriage number 1, she's already passed on. Marriage number 3, number 4, and number 5 have all passed on.
I'd never do it twice. If something happened tomorrow that I wasn't married anymore, there's no way I would ever do it again. No.
No, I keep multiple girls around these days. I'm like,
I would never get married again. That's the one thing I would change is I would never get married again. And if I knew then what I know now, I don't think I would get married and I don't think I would have kids.
No. Could you imagine having a kid at this age?
Yeah.
Like,
Especially
really?
today.
No,
like
hell no.
in
Hell,
today's
hell,
day and
hell
age.
no.
Today's day and age, forget it. Not
Well,
a
I mean, at
prayer.
our age, well, you got to be 53 or 52. You
Yeah, no
imagine having
way.
a newborn kid right now?
No. Absolutely not. I pull a bullet in my mouth.
Like that, I'm out. Nope, not happening.
Nope.
Christ, I'm
Yeah,
54 now. I ain't having no.
Snip, snip. Snip, snip. Snip, snip. Snip, snip.
Yeah.
Snippy, snippy, snippy.
Snippy, snippy. Bye-bye. It's fake.
we have a vasectomy reversal place down the road.
Oh, I do not want to get a reversal. I you can take them out. You can put fake ones there. I don't care.
Keep them weighted. Keep it grounded.
I basically still have all the equipment I was born with. I mean, I never did get the big cut.
No, I've never got the old, what do you call, snip, snip.
I laughed so hard. Yesterday or a couple of days ago, somebody said, have you ever, when you went to go get on your Harley, you sat on your own nuts? That happens to everybody. You throw that leg across the seat, and next thing you know, you come down on your nuts and you go, oh, wait till you go to the damn bathroom and your nuts touches the porcelain.
Ouch.
Oh, there you go. Oh, no.
That's why you got to bring a red Solo cup so you can float them in the water like a boat.
But you were just saying a minute ago you wanted to have fake nuts and have Desert said to get them weighted. The older you get, you want to fill them with helium because
Yeah. Yeah, as you get older, not only do your jaws hang down and your titties hang down, boy titties hang down, but everything else hangs down.
Anything else?
You get out of the bathroom. I get out of the bathroom and I'll take a glance over to the right and I see the mirror and I see the old boy hanging there and I always start singing, hang down your head, Tom Dooley. Every year when I step out of the tub, I always look over and I go, you know, if you'd have stayed alive, you'd have been 85 today, 84.
Damn, they got pills for that, Mac. They got pills.
I've had young ladies try to give me CPR, and that seems to work a little bit. It's only alive for a few minutes, but it's alive. Nasty, nasty, nasty.
That's too funny.
Oh, if you don't laugh at the life, you can let it break you down, you know. To me, it's interesting to see what's happening, you know, at my age, to see, I like to see the reaction of people when I roll up on my Harley And we get to talking in a little circle, and they go, "You're 84?" And I'm still right. It freaks them out.
Surprise everybody.
Surprise.
Yeah. I know an
I'm
old guy up here. I think he's 91 now. He still drives a two-wheeler, electric line.
Oh,
He's got to get on that thing. You watch him, he'll grab his pant leg by the thigh of his leg, and he'll grab his leg, and he'll lift his leg with his arms and get his leg over that seat. He gets on there. He gets going down the road. You'd never know he was that age, so he can handle that thing. But he's a little around the parking lots. You got to give him a little space. But yeah, that man, I'm pretty sure he's 91 now.
Wow.
Still running a two-wheeler. A lot of his family are after him to at least switch to a trike, and he won't do it.
No. It's like, hell no. Hell no, we won't go.
No, that's what he says. So fuck off. When I can't ride this, I'll be in the dirt, he says.
Some people really do stay mentally sharp till they're out till they die.
Yeah. My mom right now is 93, and that woman, she's sharp as a tack. Lives by herself. Fucking, she gets up every morning, does her hair, does her makeup, and just to sit around the house. She'll get all dolled up every day just to sit around the house. But yeah, she's 93, still going.
Wow. Well, you hear good. Well, look at my friend Ed. He comes on here, and Ed is a virile man. He works every day. He works in his garden. He puts up his wine. But he told me the other day they made him quit making the wine. But he lives a good life, and he's got a beautiful wife, got a beautiful family. The guy, I think he said the other day he was 93 years of age, and he's doing quite well.
Yeah.
His mind is sharp. I wouldn't mind living to be in my 90s if my mind stayed sharp.
I'm sure it will.
But if it does, I would want to continue living. But if I did not know where I was at, and I didn't know whoever all you guys are here, I would no, it would be over with at that point.
Yeah.
That would suck to be locked up in one of those an old person home. I had a good buddy, best friend Caleb, man, and his mom was not all there, so she put her dad in one of those homes, not a mental institution, but a home, and we'd get a call maybe twice a week, like, hey, fucking Ronnie's escaped out the front door, and we'd have to go find him and pick him up. He's like, dude, I don't want to fucking be there. I was like, dude, we can't do anything about it. I wish you weren't there because he was still good to go. He was probably only like 70-something.
Oh, no.
But she was just, trying to collect something or pay something.
My ex that was here, that I moved down to Florida with, when we were up in Jersey, we started taking care of her mother. Her mother has Alzheimer's, and that was 5-6 years ago. And she's gotten worse to the point where she's now in a home. And the other day, she got a call that she was trying to escape, trying to leave.
Oh, yeah,
and they had to sit her by the nursery station.
Yeah.
To keep an eye on.
I'd be leaving. There's no way I would sit in one of them places. I wouldn't care if I had to crawl on my belly like a snake to get out of there. I would be getting the hell out. There's no way.
Yeah, but she would get out of there and she would forget where she was originally and forget how to get back there. And not realize why she's outside now.
Dude, yeah. We had a trailer. Sorry, go ahead.
Still do the same thing.
Yeah. Fuck that. There's a lot of people that drop off their family with dementia. We had where we were at ranching, they made money on this little trailer park, and there's an old guy down there. And I remember I'd be just riding through the wash, and I'd see him, and he'd be in bathrobes and all his shampoos and lotions. We're in the middle of the desert, and he'd be like, "Hey, so where's the public showers? Where's the ocean?" And we're like, "Dude, the ocean." And he'd just be walking and walking and walking. And he had this old ran down VW they dropped off for him, and he'd light that thing on fire trying to start it. Dude, this guy was he was fucking crazy.
You guys are not alone. OC, I'm only 60, and Alzheimer and dementia is my only fear. Don't fear the tax man. Don't feel pain. Don't fear pain, falling, or don't want to lose her marbles. I can understand that.
Yeah.
And being that 60 as an age, imagine all you'd miss out on. I don't. You can live for a long time that way.
Yeah.
I didn't
That's
know
how my
where.
old man went, was dementia and all. It turned into Alzheimer's. Yeah, he was 83 when he expired. Last time I spoke to him, I spent an hour and a half with him, and he had not a clue who I was. He was telling me stories about me. He was sharp talking, but he didn't know who he was talking to. It was a hard thing to watch. That's about all I can say about it.
Well, that's
Yeah.
what it is. It's not only is it physically exhausting taking care of someone, that it's more mentally exhausting.
Yeah.
Especially as the disease progresses, because I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm a caring person, and I felt bad for her, like, because she was, just not dealing with it well, and I would constantly make sure she ate, and I would cook for her, and I would, but like, it was exhausting. I was like, it was usually the same questions, and we did a little tricks, like we would make her write down every day where she was, why she was there, and she would keep that notepad with her, so that if she ever wondered like what's going on, she could flip to the first page of the notepad and she could read, "Mom, we're living in Cape Coral. You're safe. Jen and Eric live with you, and it's okay. If you need anything, go talk to Eric. If you need anything, go talk to me, whatever," and that's it. That kind of worked, but she would build, like, the disease is horrible. It would just get worse. It would, instead of it being asked once a day, it became twice a day, and then the next thing you know, it was 3 times a day it was being asked. Next thing you know, it was 5, 6, 7, 8 times a day. Next thing you know, it was every 10 minutes. Every 10 minutes.
As my mother got more, as she progressed through the stages of dementia, she got on this thing about worrying about her money, and it would be heavy on her mind. So I went up there and got $100 in 20s and 10s, a lot of $100 and some $1 bills, and I gave her the stack of money, and she would take. When she'd get to thinking about her money, she'd go over and get it out of the purse, and she'd lay out the 1s and the 10s, and she did this over and over and over. And it was an exercise in her mind that she could still remember a 10. And she'd get so mad that she'd forget her count. She'd be up to about $80 and she hadn't got the rest of the 1s in there. Oh, she'd get so mad. But see, one of the stages is anger.
Yes.
The other one of the serious stages is them wanting to go or wanting to leave. And you have to have the doors locked where they can't get out. And now my mother.
Oh man, he would get out a few times. He'd leave the house. We'd be out looking for him 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. We'd find him 10 miles from home walking. "Where are you going?" "Don't know." "Don't care. I'm walking. Going for a walk. It's good for my heart," he'd say. Then get him in the car, and fuck, he'd be fighting and going, cursing, and it's your dad, right? And you're trying not to fucking get him too wound up, but you got to get him safe. And yeah, he'd be out walking on the side of some major highway, 3 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like the worst.
He was a hard-working old man too. He worked right till Christ. He wouldn't stop. I think he was 79 or 78. He fell off the roof of a shed that he was building and broke his hip, and that really sent him backwards quite a bit. He was always a hard-working guy. He was an engineer on merchant Navy ships for years, and then he retired from that, and then he became a machinist. And he done that for years, right into his early 70s, and then he wouldn't stop working around home and stuff. Yeah, old bugger. He was a strong old man, he was. It was tough to watch him go the way he did. He was a big, rugged man. He'd tell you what. Well, he was born 1912, so you can picture what kind of fella he and how he looked at the world. It was his way or no way, and yeah, he was a strong old bird, that feller.
It's just it's and then the more it progresses, the more you worry about the person. Like, eventually, like, we were afraid to, like, keep our eyes off of her. Like, we were afraid she would fall in the pool and drown.
Yeah.
Like, we were afraid that she, you know, like anything, like just anything at that point. Like, what?
Well, my old man went through it. He didn't get weak physically by any means. He was still a big, strong, rugged man, and he was still capable of doing what he wanted to do. Just his mind, he didn't know what he was doing. He was he had no idea.
Yeah. Like, I mean, it could have been half a dozen times that we found her outside. Like,
oh yeah, it was
like we would hear the door close and be like, I'd look over at her, she'd look at me. I'd be like, 1, 2, 3. Where's 3? And we both get up, and I'd be like, walking around. I walked straight to her bedroom, and there it was. The comforter's over. She's gone.
Yep. Oh man, same way. He'd get up in the middle of the night and just
Mom, where are you going, Mom? Oh, I just wanted some fresh air. I was like, okay. You know, we got a thing in the back screened in. Just sit out there, get some fresh air right next to the pool. No need to come out in the front yard, Mom. Come into the house. Sit out back.
Oh, Robin said his dad is losing his marbles.
You're always talking about PEI, Max. That's where my old man was born, St. Peter's, PEI.
Dang.
Wow.
And, you know, it's horrible because my ex thinks that, because before she had to go rescue her in Florida, she was living down there with friends by herself, and we think that she started drinking so heavy it kind of accelerated the dementia and the Alzheimer's. So by the time she got down to Florida and she realized what was going on, her friends were like, I was like, you don't realize what's going on with her? Like, you know, I mean, come on. You're just feeding her alcohol? What are you doing? And then, so she got taken out of Florida, they sold the house or whatever in Florida. They brought her up to there. And that's how, after that, her and I got reconnected. And that's how I met her. She lived across town. And she was originally from we were originally from the same town. So.
Yeah. Mac, I'm going to have to jump off of here. I got a couple things I got to do. I'm just looking at the clock. I didn't realize how long I've been on here. I got to get some stuff done.
Hey, buddy, thank you for coming over and joining us today. You know where we're at and come back here just every time you get an opportunity.
Yeah, right on. Good talking to you all. Talk soon.
Good seeing you two, four.
Bye. I'm just wondering, Sick, did they ever experiment with any kind of THC for Alzheimer and dementia patients?
For what?
I've just wondered, did they ever experiment with old patients, you know, dementia and Alzheimer's with THC?
I did. I used to encourage her mother to smoke with me.
Did it make any results? Was she able to get calmness?
Yeah, absolutely. I noticed a difference immediately. And we did, and like, she wasn't spitting. She wasn't into smoking. Like, she wasn't a smoker. Like, she would, just because my ex smoked, she would want to smoke her cigarettes. So, but like, you know, she wasn't a smoker really, you know? So like, we got her THC oil and we would give her that. And you could tell, like after dinner, you'd give it to her, you know, she'd have some dessert or whatever. And then she'd be like, okay, I'm going to go to bed, you know. and it would mellow her out, and she'd be able to sleep through the night. You know.
I've known a
But, like,
few
she
vets with.
became very like codependent and afraid to be left alone. Like that was the beginning. Like Mac, you're so right. There's definite stages. Alzheimer and dementia patients, there are stages.
Yeah.
There's anger, there's anger. There's an anger stage. There's a codependent stage. There's a I don't want to be left alone stage. Like there's I don't know where I am.
The wandering stage where they wander off.
The wandering stage, exactly. They wandered, and that was weird. Like we would worry. Like I would be like sleeping with like one ear open, all the time. Like
you had a question, Outlaw.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was saying, I feel like I've known a lot of older people and with Parkinson's, and it seemed to help them out a lot.
Yes.
They won't shake.
Calms the nerve receptors down.
Yeah.
It relieves. It slows the firing because
Yeah.
all Parkinson is your brain literally short circuiting. It's literally overfiring.
Yeah.
And of course that's making you tremble and twitch and it's not good. So that slows that down.
Yeah,
He
Robert.
might be able to talk.
Yeah, Robert has experimented with it as well, with an older guy.
Yeah.
I just wonder, has the government ever did a study, to help them in that direction to find calmness? I don't think sometimes our medical system pays a lot of attention to, but dementia is just a normal thing. I mean, you're not in pain. You just don't have control over your mind. It's not a big deal. Oh, hell. It's a big deal to the family and to the loved ones. It's also a big deal to the individual, but yet they don't see it as, well, they're not hurting. How do you know how much pain they are to not to be able to recall your own son?
Yeah.
Or the sad part is when the nurse asks you, what is your middle name? And you go, don't even know. Gotta be sad. Well, we've actually brought everybody to a calm state of panic. Everybody go, oh God, but this is Monday. This is the day of the week that you get all that stuff out because you're building towards the weekend when the party starts. So now talk about your lumbago and your arthritis and your headache and dementia and get all this stuff out of the way and come to old Dr. Mac. He'll cure you, and my intern here is sick. He's an internist. Yeah. And we got the new kid, the new young blood doctor. Yeah, Dr. Youngblood.
The Utes.
Yeah. Yeah. What was that sound I heard?
Oh, I got some music playing.
Cool.
The old bump box.
Midnight in Harlem by Tedeschi Trucks Band. Where is it? Live radio show taping for E-Town. Doesn't say where it is though. I don't know where E-Town is. Live on it doesn't say.
I was gonna do a subscriber meetup today and yesterday. And he hit me up and he has videos of him riding around here and stuff. And he was like, yeah, let's meet up at the mall at like 11. And then I get over there and just dude never showed up.
What?
Yeah. But I was like, that would have been cool to go say what's up to somebody here.
Did somebody else show up? Did anybody else show up? Oh, hell.
No, it was just between me and him, really. But
I got you. Hey.
All right, buddy.
He might be just out there wandering around.
Yeah.
Got in some of that nasty peyote.
Yeah.
Somebody was telling me the other day that I was talking about smoking peyote in a smoke lodge over in Midland, Texas, and somebody said, "I didn't know you smoked peyote."
I didn't know that either. I was me.
Oh, was you? Oh, okay. Well,
I didn't know you smoked it, man. I had no idea.
Hell, it might have been Colombian Halus. I don't know, but they called it peyote, and we passed a pipe around amongst everybody in there, and that was in Midland, Texas.
I thought you just chewed on it and then like you had a yak or something.
Usually the buttons off of the cactus, like the flowering fruit, you chew on. You could also brew it into a tea.
Does it make you puke?
It can. It can make you puke.
Yeah, I don't want to do the yakety uke. I'm not a fan of you doing the yakety uke.
The trick is to not eat all day, and then just like fast all day, and then take it so it really hits you.
Okay, that sounds better.
Yeah, we're right on the reservation, not right on it, like in it, but like right next to it. And I got to do a few walkabouts, like 2-week trips, and
yeah,
that was a good time.
I enjoyed the powwows and all the stuff. My father-in-law was a Cherokee Indian, and I took him all the way down from Wichita, Kansas, down to Midland for the big powwow. I mean, the Indian nations, several different nations were together there, and they're very clannish. All the Indians, even though all the nations came together, you had this nation here, that nation here, but the Cherokees was basically putting the whole thing on. And boy, the Cherokees had some money. These guys come riding up in some fine automobiles. Especially the Miamis that went over there to Oklahoma, and they was taking on the Trail of Tears. They ended up settling at what they call the Miamis. The Miami Indians, they hit the oil. They didn't take long. The white man got it from them, but they had oil. I talked with my children about the history, what it was like. My family, my mother, her father was half Cherokee, and the rest of the family was Irish. And the Irish so hated the Cherokees, it's unbelievable. And yet the family fought amongst themselves. The Irish hated the Indian. So when you went to the house, to a neighbor or a relative's house, you had to be very careful which tribe you was representing. Because I looked like the Irish, I fit in with the Irish, but I had a love and passion for the Cherokees. And I always felt at home when I got around the Cherokees. I felt really at home with the Cherokees. Now I have 2 Cherokee children that are the most loving, caring human beings. They are extremely intelligent. I'm talking about really high done is like in that Mensa stage. He's really computer science and all that stuff. So yeah, the Indians, the Cherokees brought the first written language for Chief Sequoyah worked for many years hidden secretly developing the Cherokee language, because if the white man had found out about it, they would have executed him immediately. Because see, once they got where they could write their own letters and white man couldn't read it, that pissed them off like you wouldn't believe. Because see, white man's got to be in control. And they created the Indian Cherokee Sequoyah. He's buried in Alabama, and I went to his mound where he's buried. It's a spectacular gardens, many, many, many hundreds of acres, and they gave him a real good resting place. Look over there. Speaking of resting, that's Himalayan's dog.
Himalayan's dog. She's dreaming.
Well, she is really, I mean, snugged out. Well, see, my dog ain't hardly moved since this morning. He's still over there.
Yeah, mine came in, jumped on the bed, and been passed out since.
Well, guys, I'll tell you what we're going to do. We got 2 minutes. 2 minutes to say our goodbyes. Let me see. My heart goes out for the, oh my God, yeah. Everybody that has had parents, especially parents or loved ones that you care about, to see them go through the stages. It's a horrible thing. I wish the best for all of y'all, that none of you ever have to deal with that.
It's heartbreaking.
And statistically, you're going to deal with it because it's a high percentage of people.
Yeah, it's statistically someone in your family is going to have it eventually.
You know, this ain't brand new, because back when we was kids now, we had a relative that would actually be a little bit odd, a little bit off from us, and they'd say, he is just funny turned. But he was already going over the edge. It was dementia, Alzheimer's back in those days, but they just called a relative that was out of way just funny turned. And of course they would go ahead.
It can come at any age. It just usually occurs in the elderly, and what it is the shrinking of the brain, accelerated shrinking of the brain. It's when the brain shrinks rapidly.
Making sure that there's no rattling.
Yeah, no rattling.
God, oh, hey guys, there's a picture of Key Fob right over there. We're not leaving just because you got here. We've run our 5 hours. I don't have a limit, but I like to try to fix her dinner. It's already a little bit after 12 here. It's 12:31, so I got to go fix her dinner, mine too, lunch, I guess we call it. And so you guys all be safe out there and enjoy your life. And don't worry about this bullshit. If it happens to you, you got the strength and the character to get you through it. And if you don't, come back to old Mac and he'll help you guide your way through any of those issues there. So if you got any issues, bring them to old Mac. He so let's say a goodbye to each and every one of you.
All right, Key Fob, good luck with that. Call me.
All right, Key Fob, OC, Sick, and Old Mac. It was good seeing you guys.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye now.
Well, this thing won't die.